something to the board real quick.
Pre-game show.
Yeah, she just has it.
You don't have to be in your meeting and I'm late.
Still get a big stay.
You don't want me in your meetings.
You want to stay here?
No, I'd love to, but I won't.
Hey,
Hey.
we get to see you tomorrow
You
too.
get to see me tomorrow. So today went awesome.
Good.
Okay.
Drop off's a little scary. You may hear about that. Just do the best we can with what we have. So that takes a little bit of time. I think we'll do better. But pickup went 6,000 times better. I mean, they were probably picked up and gone in, yeah, or less. The pickup was pretty good. They were there really early, 20 minutes, saving their spot, but.
That's
they-
normal.
Yeah, I know, I'm glad.
Anybody get lost?
No, you know what's really good about the school though is you have all your cores in one spot. A little quiet on my end. I'm sort of down this way and everybody's sort of the other way. It's like I had to go look and make it clear. It's still there. So tomorrow night, we're excited you're coming. We have some shirts for you to wear. Rex. Hopefully we're good on sizes. If not, I can always fix. I think we asked somebody to help us out there. You can get two, so you get to choose.
June.
And
Commit to a Serena.
Karen,
You're one that's been there the most. Molly's seat is right there. You can put it right there.
nice.
You will be.
Leon, are you her favorite?
Hey,
I think it speaks for itself.
He's been there the most, so.
Only one?
I'll give you 16 if you want. You just come.
Yes.
We have a whole bunch. There's
Jar.
Nancy.
You're good. We changed this.
You can tell the teacher in the. Karen.
Karen's right.
Yeah, what else? Where's yours?
Leon took it.
And one. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We'll see you.
Well, thanks.
Oh, good. Beautiful. It's getting there. It's all electrical, so if you know some electricians, send them our way.
I think they probably need a contract.
Hey, thank you. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, I would like to welcome everyone to the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is September 5th, 2023. We are meeting at the district office located at 9361 South 300 East in Sandy, Utah. The first item on the agenda is to talk about board meeting schedule. And we have an update because I was informed about a week ago that the Republican and Democrat caucus meetings are now supposed to be on March 5th, which we do have a board meeting schedules for that night. So we need to move it. So there's two copies. There's the old one and then the new schedule in your folders if you guys want to look at that. So I'm just proposing that we move them to March 12th, a week later, and then the 26th. And we won't have meetings back to back because the first week of April is going to break. So that way it just kind of keeps us on the 3-week rotation. Other than we'll have 3 weeks between February 20th and March 12th.
We need to talk about business meeting or get that to the.
I think we just will agree and then we can put it on consent for next meeting. I just wanted to make sure that was okay with everyone, so.
Thank you for doing it.
Yeah, sure.
Seriously, make it so we can attend our little caucus. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Well, if they want to use our schools, yeah. It'll be a busy night.
And historically, we've done that. We've honored that night. And so
It's an
I
important.
think the challenge is they don't always have their dates set.
Yeah,
We set our
set it for
calendar.
dates. I didn't realize that, so. Anyway, I'm glad with the calendar, it kind of works out. So, okay, so we'll go ahead and move that, if it seems like it's okay with everyone, to March 12th and 26th. And we'll just put that on consent for next meeting. Okay, thank you, thanks everyone. Okay, the next item is our annual SCC training, which is required by state statute, and Susan Edwards, Community Engagement Coordinator, presenting that.
Thank you, President. Okay, I gave you a packet of things we'll talk about today as well as the slide show. But welcome to school community council training. I know it's your favorite time. Almost as much as open meetings with Dan, so we'll go from here. So school community councils are part of a bigger picture. And I'm hoping this video plays for you. Let's see.
Scroll down. It's not there.
She'd find it if it was there.
PT is blocked.
We always try to block the state office of state offices.
This is a dangerous website. Really?
Well, I'll keep, well, I can't keep going. Well,
We need my,
well, we'll keep going and I'll tell you, you have to come to school community council training to see that video from the State Office of Education and the trust lands and the new SITLA and SITCO offices.
Sorry. That's okay.
And rest assured, we have YouTube locked in the district.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is just a preview of what's happening in our school.
The middle school is. Just go back to the thing and I'll. just keep going.
Trust this is compelling video.
Worth the wait. Worth the
So,
You can send us the link.
I can do that. So, the state institutional trust lands, which we'll talk a bit about in a minute, SIPO and the Land Trust Protection Advocacy Office have created this, mostly at our request, at our board's request, to show at our school community council trainings. And it just talks about the state of the trust lands today and where they are. So we'll talk about that in a minute. In your packet, you do have the distribution for the year. You'll notice one side is land trust and one side is the SSA. I'm just looking right now to see if the numbers match up in there. So they do. But you have that. I know we had a lot of requests on the carryover and some discussion about that during your training today. So I wanted you to have that in front of you. But Canyon schools are receiving over $4 million in land trust dollars. And this is set to go up significantly if I know it's going to be the word, a constitutional amendment passes in 2024 and not the one you're all thinking about. We'll discuss that tonight too. So what is school community council's role? So to be good stewards of the trust, there are several trustees. Public education is by far the largest. You hold elections. The people who are on school community councils, as you all know, are elected. And not everybody has to hold an election. If there are as many seats or more seats than there are positions, and they may not have to hold an election, but every school community council member is considered duly elected. All SEC members are trained. That is something you all are responsible for conducting. They all keep bylaws and keep them up to date. And that proves to be important every single year. When we have calls that say, hey, this person hasn't been coming, or this is happening at our meeting, they always reference them back to their bylaws. What are your rules of order and operations? How do you run a meeting? What do you have in your bylaws? So we make sure and check with them on those to make sure they're up to date. The state, it does expect 100% compliance on their website and with laws. So our department audits the website, which is one of the primary ways that we tell that each year. We audit that twice a year on your behalf. And then they are supposed to communicate with the employees and the parents and do their fiduciary responsibilities to be good trustees. You can see the plans that are there on the other side, land trust, you all know, and you read those every year. The TSSP, school safety, digital citizenship, safe walking routes, positive behaviors, digital technology, and the final reports. And there's also, we added one today that we had left off the list. Nancy will know this and I can't think what it is. It is the attendance. set by board policy, that they participate in setting the attendance policies of the school. So what is your role in this? You are responsible for providing training, which you have tasked you yourselves, me and Alice with. Brian this year is going to help us to help them learn about Thrive Time and about where we're at on positive behaviors and attendance. The land trust final report, it's red because we're going to talk about this in a minute. It's changing this year. The state is putting more of that responsibility on you as a local board, less on themselves. That seems to have been a trend over the last few years. The land trust plans you approve, TSSP you approve, digital citizenship, you provide a report from the district on that and on school safety. The Office of Communications, myself and others take care of that. Electronic device plan, you receive in positive behaviors. And I got to looking just late this afternoon on electronic device plan, and I don't actually think you have to receive that. That is kept local at the school. You just need an assurance that they have reviewed that and participated in it. And then safe walking routes, you establish a committee that receives recommendations from SEC, PTA, parents in the school on their preferred safe walking route plan. And then the committee consists of facilities, which Brian serves on that with myself, Rick Sheese in transportation. And we receive those plans and go over them with each of our municipalities. So we meet with the county, with each of our cities, and UDOT if necessary, if any changes are requested on those roads. And we're going to talk just a little bit more about that here in a minute. And then the attendance policy. You established that attendance plans require community input, including school community councils. So the approval process for land trust and TSSP, the board receives the plans and signature page for the schools. Signature page is really important because that is how the members, if they don't feel like they've participated, and historically, I know Nancy and Amber will remember this. Historically, there's been some discussion about, well, I didn't do anything, the principal did it all. Well, that's your chance to say that right here. So if you feel like you didn't, or you feel like it's not necessarily a place for you to disagree with the plan, because your NCC is going to approve it by a vote, and that will come forward. But it is a place for you to say, I participated, I was engaged all year long, and I know what these plans say. And I know what they're going to do. And then questions and corrections are coordinated through school performance department and the principal. And we're going to emphasize something this year. We've done this now for 2 years, but Alice said it's only working marginally well. So we want to really emphasize this with all of you this year. So we have a deadline to pass these. This year it's going to be May 7th in that board meeting, that when you will do all the plans, but you have already reviewed them, gotten questions answered. School performance has gone back and forth with you to get you to a comfort level. Remember, every plan has to have 2 signatures, some 2 board members, right? And then it goes on the consent agenda. So when we start seeing these is usually in early March that the plans start coming through. Alice will work with the plans and the principal, make sure they're ready to send to you. And then we ask that you start reading them. Not wait and clump them all together on May 6th when we don't have time to answer and respond to questions, right? That you're doing your work as you receive them starting in March, that you're reading, you're asking us questions, and we're able to get everything. So by March 7th, we are set. We know everybody's okay and in agreement, questions have been answered. And if we have schools that turn them in late, then those will be the last ones we're scrambling with. But make sure that you all, as they come in, don't save them up and say, I'm going to spend the first weekend in May reading all the plans, because then we don't have time to respond and get questions answered and help you in the school set process. And then the full board approval, well, like I said, will be May 7th. And then we submit the plans to USBE and TSSP. Do not have to be submitted, but we do get them up on the website. So the board approval for rubric highlights, and we're going to be using this slide in training, that the goals are measurable, academic, and student focused. And this is what you guys are looking at when you're approving the plans, right? That the goals addressed academic need identified with data, action plan to accomplish the goals. So there has to be, how are we going to accomplish this? There have to be measurement indicators to evaluate progress along the way. And the land trust funds can be used towards one or more of the goals. Now, this is an important part from the state office. This is statewide, not necessarily focused at Canyons District at all, but statewide, since TSSP has come into play, they are seeing a lot more schools and LEAs come back with the land trust that districts are using the land trust or the TSSP to say, well, this is all you can do with your land trust is this, because you pick a goal or goals off of there, but they're not seeing the same level of engagement because it's kind of being communicated that, hey, this is already set. You just pick one of these and fund it. And they are really going to be working on that in their training and cracking down on that statewide. So I wanted to mention it here that we will also mention that in our training, that you still have the discussion. You still need to know your academic achievement and data, and you still need to be working towards what is important to the school community council to spend the money on to improve academic achievements. The contingency plan is also another change. We've always said, list what else you would spend your money on if something happens. If you can't hire, you can't spend your money. What is your other possibilities? They're asking to list several. If you can't spend the money on this, you would spend it on this or this or this or this, and give a list so that you will see less amendments come in, because if it can't be spent the way you indicated as your first primary goal, that you have a list of other options. So that's another change they're going to be passing forward in their training. The carryover under 10%, you will see the carryover lists here in your list. Now, I will tell you something interesting on that is that so their model, if you will, is that they're going on a 3-year model, and this is somewhat changed with their staff changes. So they were going to start in 2021 school year, 21, 22, and 22, 23. So this last year would have been the 3rd year, but we hit COVID and a lot of the schools couldn't spend their money. So there was more carryover than there had been historically for schools. For instance, we had in one of those years, I think it was 2021, we had 10 schools with over 10% carryover because they just couldn't hire and spend money the way they would have. So the Trust Land Action Committee proposed to the state board, and they've agreed to start that with this prior year. So year 1 will be a warning. Hey, you're over 10%. You really can't do that. You got to spend this down. Year 2, if you're still over and haven't spent that down, will be a much more sternly worded warning. And year 3, they would actually take action to reduce the spending if you are not spending your money down. So yes, Mont.
Question, I'm backing up on this slide a little bit. You talk about the goals being measurable, academic, student focused, and addressing that and what their action plan is. It would be so helpful to me, and maybe I just don't know where I should be looking. It feels like this becomes boilerplate, and every year they just kind of regurgitate the same stuff. I don't know what their goal is from the prior year, and I don't know how well they achieved their goal from prior year, and I don't know where they're starting.
Okay.
And if I could have those 3 pieces of information, it would be so valuable to
Okay, I will.
because it makes no sense to reach an unattainable goal.
Right. We're going to talk about final reports here in just a minute. That will answer some of those questions, but then we'll make a note to try to get you exactly what you just asked for.
Okay.
So I
Thank you.
think that's great. Your numbers need to add up. This is what the school performance checks and double checks every year, is to make sure the numbers are adding up correctly. And then, of course, as we talked about, the signature page. So your first one is that you have to provide training. The training starts this Thursday, and we have 3 dates with 2 trainings a day, so that we hit a Tuesday, a Wednesday, and a Thursday throughout the month. And both the board, myself, and school performance, and Brian will actually be there helping with these trainings. Another piece is your compliance. This is what has to be on the website. I'll let you guys read it. But the council members' names and stuff, this has not changed significantly. The only couple of changes that I'll point out is I've got on there is who does this. One thing we did a couple of years ago in Canyons is Janelle, our fantastic web manager, she trained web people in every school that helped the schools with their website. And as part of that, she trained them what needs to be on their SCC site. And so as part of that, you can see the things the SCC is responsible for. They get it to their web person. The web person updates the website. This last 2 years, actually, but this last year in particular, the state called and made comment that our compliance on our websites were over 90%. And outstandingly higher than everybody else in the state. So big kudos to Janelle and kudos, they've actually patterned this year. That process is having someone help you with your website for other districts, and they're trying to train that now because it has worked so well for us and for charter schools, I might add. And then you can see the things there that we take off the school's plate and we enter here at the district office, so they have one less thing to worry about. Oh, and I wanted to go back to that when the final reports we're going to talk about in a minute, but why I say what year is the final reports, they have completely screwed up and we are working with them to fix it. But so for those of you that have served on school community councils, you used to come back for your first meeting in the fall and you would talk about the prior year. Did you meet your goals? Does the money spent the way it was supposed to? Now they do that. The state tried to align. Remember the whole Susan Pulsifer, we're going to try to combine reports and things. Well, this is not the one they should have started with, but they chose to align this one and they moved it in alignment with something called UPEFs, which is a business manager tool, and it moved it to the spring. And so now this SEC returns, about half of them are new. They don't talk about the year before till January. Then they do their final report when they don't have any idea what happened last year, and it's not working. They've seen that now over 3 years. So what they did this year is they sent to all the schools and principals a template for the final reports that they can fill out as soon as they return. They can talk about it, meet, review it, have it sitting there, have it ready. And then the principal, as soon as January 15th comes around, they have until March 1st to input what they've already done in the fall. So that's how we'll be training it, suggesting it. They can do it anytime they want between then and January, but we're going to suggest that they start that with the template as early as possible while their memories can still think about what happened last school year. Because like me, I can't barely remember last school year. We're only a week into this school year. So that's why I say what year. You actually have to have 2 years up there. So right now it would be the past 2 school years. Once they get that report done and then it would be this last school year and the year before. So you'll always have 2. Right now it's like a whole year in arrears. So, and that's the one that comes into you when those final reports are done and we receive them, they come to you and then it should talk about the year before, what their goals were, what their spending was, and did they meet it? Did they do what they said they were going to do? That should be a starting place for you. And we'll get to that in a minute, but you have a much bigger role, so you'll be much more familiar. Used to, you just received them and said, we got them. Now you actually have to approve them and sign off on them. So
that's new.
That is new this year, correct. So SEC compliance continued right before a meeting or anytime they meet, which is roughly once a month, but right before they meet, they have to notice it somewhere on the website. That's one of our hardest compliance issues is convincing them to notice it for the public, because they also have to put the meetings for the year embedded in the SEC website, and everybody thinks that covers it. And every year I say it doesn't. You have to put it someplace so that somebody off the street that wants to come to an SEC meeting, namely our board members, can get on the calendar and say, there it is, that's when it is. And so that's one thing, but then also post their agenda and their draft minutes. And then after the meeting, change the minutes to approve if they approve them. So we've changing some due dates this year. The school safety, digital citizenship, and safe walking routes are now due November 1st to give us more time to meet with our municipalities and hit the budget cycles. So those are all going to be due November 1st. If you remember, we talked about this last spring and announced it to all the schools last spring and have continued to announce it so they're not caught off guard. We have a website update that I wanted to call to your attention. This is canyonsdistrict.org. You'll see this up here, community. Once you click on that, then you go here and you'll see getting involved in the community. This comes out a lot of our discussions with Roundtable. It's making sure our community knows how to find everything. So the foundation, how to volunteer, advertising, school community councils are all right there. Just 2 clicks in to the website. You can find those type of things and then go to those areas. And that is proving very helpful for our people from the public to find those items. This is what I wanted to talk to you about safe walking routes. We touched on this a tiny bit with Sandy City last time, and I'm gonna touch on it more in the future. But this MUTCD, that is what is their Bible. That's what they use nationwide and citywide to control their code of what they do on streets and stoplights and stop signs. And you'll notice what it says is all traffic control devices, inclusive of signs, so including stop signs, paint signals and crossing guards, must conform with the national MUTCD standard as well as UDOT's MUTCD. Okay, so that's where we're running into some hiccups on the crosswalks. School types, Sandy provides school crosswalks, crossing guards, reduced speed zones. If warranted within public right of way, these elements are not provided for middle and high schools. So the first thing is middle schools are going to say, we really need a crossing guard here. They don't do that for middle schools and high schools, period. Yes.
So are these things like state law that's been pushed down, or is this Sandy City?
Guidance.
So
it's federal guidance, the MUTCD, and then there is a UDOT version that includes some updated things for Utah.
But let's say Sandy City decided they wanted to put a crosswalk somewhere. Does Sandy City have that ability?
Yes.
What this is saying is it limits where they have to put them up, but they can always put it somewhere they want to put it.
So if the city council comes down and says, no, you really need crosswalks here because
Yes.
it's safe.
Yes.
They can do that, yeah.
Yes.
And how does that work with our middle school, since we have sixth graders in the middle school?
It is not dependent on grade, it's dependent on school level.
Even though sixth graders are still considered elementary school by the state.
In some places, but in
On
Canyon,
this section of the code.
Okay, got it.
Is Sandy City the only city that's doing this, or are other cities?
they are all following this, sometimes to different levels of implementation. So stop controlled intersections, school crosswalks and RSSZs are typically not warranted at a stop controlled intersection. Okay, pay attention to that one. School crosswalks, right, and crossing guards are not warranted. Now we have them. You know that. You pull up to a stop sign, there's a crosswalk, and you know that you know, if somebody's coming in the crosswalk, those are considered crosswalks. And Ryan, you help me if I don't explain this well. Those are considered automatic crosswalks. If you're stopping, that's considered a safe place to cross if you're a pedestrian, even without the piano striped keys. Okay, so that's why they are removing some of them, because it's a stop or a stop sign. Now, we all may agree or disagree with this, and we parents may as well, which we will, you know, be discussing as we progress further, as several have been removed in the last few months. A stop controlled intersection vehicles are already stopped, meaning that you don't have to ask for them to stop at the pedestrian crossing. They already assume it is. Did you have a question?
I did, but maybe you're gonna answer it later. Is the MUTCD, the standard you just described a little bit, doesn't have to have the stripes. So you're telling me if there's no crossing guard there and there is no stripes and there's no stop sign,
No, there has to be a stop sign or a stop light, so they will stop. It's if there is a
Right.
of the signs, if there's a
So my
stop sign or a
question-
stop light,
so this was
you're
my
stopped.
question. So if there's no crossing guard, there's no stripes and there's no stop signs, then that would mean that we are not compliant.
No, that would mean that they might put in a crosswalk there and say, hey, this is a place without a stop. We're gonna put in a crosswalk here and allow people to cross.
So if we
here.
currently are having our kids walk a route, like there's one in my district that does not have any of those things, no stop sign, no crosswalk, no crossing guard.
Ryan, do you wanna weigh in on that? I mean, there could be a crosswalk that they could. put
How
in
soon? How soon are we going to remedy that? That's a problem.
It kind of depends, because when you get into your residential areas, there are many
I'm
intersections.
talking about a residential area.
Okay, we're talking a
So if
major,
it's on their safe walking route plan and it would say it needs a crossing here, right? And we would look at it with the municipality and say, they're calling into question. We immediately go and look at how many kids are crossing there, because we can tell that off the school numbers. So we look at how many kids in the safe walking route group would be crossing there. There have to be over 10. There's another factor, and this is actually in your area, There's another factor that if they've had a crossing guard there and none of the kids walk, they all get driven to school and they see over time that nobody ever crosses there, they may
remove the
remove that.
crossing guard. So,
Right.
so this situation is, I've talked to you about it and Leon about it. But basically, the route we're recommending is longer for them to go. The shorter route, there's a very busy road that they have to cross and there's no stop, none of those things. So they either have to go the longer route.
And is that on their site walking route? Did we look? I can't.
So the longer route is deemed as safe walking route.
By a roundabout by chance?
No,
Okay.
no, it's
Let's
the
talk
inner.
more about that
We'll have to
specifically.
talk later.
Make sure. The other thing that I know we talked about is one thing they do consider that is not in here is that if the shoulder is X amount wide, and I don't know if it was 6 feet, 3 feet, whatever, but if there's a gravel or a paved shoulder, that is considered a sidewalk, even if there's not a sidewalk there. So there are some little things that you have to kind of know and understand. That's why I was going over this with you. The next one, number 4, is a big one. Pick up and drop off. School pickup and drop off is to occur on school grounds only, not in the public right of way. So one of the biggest complaints we get from the schools is, well, we drop off on Elm Street and the kids walk across. Well, the cities nor us really pay attention to that. We will try to say the kids are like water. They're going to funnel to the easiest way, right? You can't really say walk a block this way or walk over here to do that. They kind of funnel to the simplest way to go. And so we have several places that, like, the schools have a gate at the back of their property. Kids are going out that way to cross the street and parents are picking up and dropping off there to avoid the traffic. But that's not something that they consider a safe drop off or pickup. And then the last one, red curb, we have several that want the cities to paint red curb and they don't do that. That's for fire or for their own uses. They do not do that to enforce pickup and drop offs and other. So those are just some of the things I wanted you to be aware of. USBE compliance checks, they've done roughly all the LEAs in Utah. They've gotten to it. They do a handful every year. They are shifting their practice to where they get to every school every 4 to 5 years instead of every 10 years. Their LEAs have grown exponentially with charter schools, and they were finding that they were not getting to schools very often. So they have changed their priorities and their staffing. That's part of the final report issue. They have changed that so that every school will be looked at for compliance every 4 to 5 years now. And then one of the ways they did this is the board roll and final reports. Final reports are now to come into you. You are to receive them, review them, compare the budgets, and then basically sign off. They will still go on the websites. They still get turned into the state and they still can look at them during the compliance, but they are not reading every one and saying this one is where it needs to be. They are relying on you all to do that. We have asked explicitly for them to train that at USBA trainings and to make sure that board is hearing that from multiple sources, but they have requested that you all receive those plans, review them just like you do the land trust plans. And then there's not necessarily a sign off, but that you ask questions and we align those, which may help you with what you were saying is if you're reading how last year ended up, it may help you to get your mind going towards that. But again, we don't get those until about a month before we get the plans. So that's your workload's increasing. That's what I'm telling you, right in that full time frame.
Thank you.
Just a quick thought on that. Even though the state has kind of set that deadline at almost a year after the fact, right? We can still encourage our schools to take a look at it because it's going to help them do their planning for the upcoming year much better.
And with their
Have that
template, when we train their
context in mind.
template, Nancy, that's what we'll do is say, when you look at this, if it's in the fall, go ahead and submit it. So we can start getting those to you as soon as we get them, just like the final plans. I mean, just like the land trust.
And even for that particular school's SEC, their work, if they have that in their context of their discussions, it's gonna help them. Because they may, to your point, say, look, we've done this all these years in a row and it's real, let's try something different. Let's try a different action plan. Maybe even keep the goal the same, but try a different action plan. So.
SITLA now, and you all are familiar with School Institutional Trust Land Authority. They are now going by just Trust Lands Administration, and so they've shortened their name. That was really done well in that video. I can't show you, but we'll send you the links. USDA began carryover. I touched on this already. They're not going to start this until this previous school year will be year 1. And then year 2 will be this current school year, year 3, before they actually being anybody is how they refer it. So we currently do not have anyone in year 2 or 3. And so I think we're sitting pretty good, but that's something we'll keep an eye on. And then constitutional amendment, you all have that, not to be confused with the constitutional amendment that we're all very familiar with, but they have a constitutional amendment that they passed this last legislative session. They are tasked with making sure that the trust is being distributed in a generationally equitable way. And they found that the kids of today are not getting as much as the kids of tomorrow may. So they ran, and will have on the 2024 ballot, and my understanding is with several constitutional amendments, but they will have this on there. This is a good one. This is one we can say, we love this, we support it. It's going to give schools today. There will be a one-time jump in distribution, and then it will level back out. It will go about the rate it does now, but there'll be a one-time jump if this passes. And I stuck their request for you all to support, and for all of us to communicate to support that in your packets. Any questions on that? Good constitutional amendment, as opposed to or yet to be decided constitutional. Yes, that's. Final reports we've already talked about. We have to go over that. I did think this was important from the state. The principal to say, and school performance, y'all may want to be paying attention to this. The 2 major questions: did we spend the money the way the board approved? Did I carry over less than 10%? Those are 2 of the main questions in the final report. And of course, you all will probably want to know, did we meet our goals? And that, I believe, is it.
Hey, are there any other questions?
Oh, she says she's got the video to work. Okay, so we'll show that really fast. And then we'll. I have a question. And it is short. For the state, it's only like 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Checking to show up.
Several of the state's most important public institutions, beneficiaries of permanent trusts totaling over $3.2 billion. As part of Utah's 1894 Enabling Act, Congress granted millions of acres of land, called trust lands, to our state. Constitutional provisions require that revenue generated from business activity on trust lands be invested, and earnings from those investments be distributed to 12 specific beneficiaries, including public and higher education, teaching colleges, health and human services, and other state institutions. These endowments are made possible by Utah's School and Institutional Trust Land System, a group of 4 self-funded agencies that share fiduciary responsibilities for trust lands management, trust funds investment, distribution, and beneficiary protection and advocacy. The trust system as we know it today began with the creation of the Trust Lands Administration in 1994. The Trust Lands Administration manages 7.8 million surface and mineral acres of trust lands throughout Utah. The administration generates revenue for the beneficiaries through energy development, real estate planning, and surface resource use. Before the creation of the Trust Lands Administration, the permanent funds
Okay,
totaled
so-
about $50 million.
Every year, I know you and your department do a great job with the training. And we're welcome to attend, and some board members usually help with the training. And I was just thinking it might be nice for us to have an outline of that at this time when you do the update, so that we see, like this first one, is when we're doing the leadership training, right? Isn't it? September 7th. Anyway.
Have to check until 4 o'clock.
Right, yeah. So some of us can be there, but not the 6 to 7:30. But anyway, I was just thinking it'd be great to see an outline, something that I talked about last year, and I'm gonna ask again this year, is if we're highlighting the strategic plan. And I know you did last year too, right? And we're planning on doing that again this year. And how that pertains to what kind of allocations they're doing as they're looking for their goals in the classroom. So, and then typically we have a couple of board members that are helping, but that's also something that if we go and attend, we know, but we don't really know in this meeting. And I just think that would be great. And also just to rotate through the board members that help with that training. But I don't even know who's planning on doing that this year. Who is it? Or any board
Nancy
members?
and I are planning to do it, but anyone
Everyone's welcome.
to come and just let us know if you wanna come and.
I was gonna say, we've always had people come in and out, like I can be there for one meeting, but I can't be there for others and give you time to talk, but that's how your board. So.
But we can also email the outline.
I think it would be great. And I think it would be great just to even have a little schedule because this time of year, we all have so many meetings and it would be, I would just love the reminder. Maybe I'm not as organized, I don't know, but I would love the reminder so that I could be able to participate in one of those and be able to help with that training. I think that would be fantastic. So
And
Do you
do,
want Susan to send us reminders on our calendar?
I could send
I
Kelly.
think that would be great. And then just even, you know, a little blurb to the board when you've got the training all planned out and then, you know, who can come to help participate.
I think I agree with you. I'll send it to you.
Right. And I always know you do a fantastic job. I'm just thinking maybe this would be a little extra thing that we could do so that we can all be part of
If
it.
I don't do it, I'll be a slacker.
No, you won't.
And
I'll do everything.
yeah, any board members, if you want to be part of the planning process, just make sure to let like Susan or I know. And
Yeah.
we'll invite you to another few meetings.
No problem.
And I will say that when you guys approve your board, district and event calendar, the SCC trainings are always on there.
They are on,
So you have
They are
those.
listed.
they are on there. And Susan knows, I'm pretty passionate about SCC and making sure they're trained and we've met several times. I've just never been part of actual training and I would love to do that. So, and then, okay, schools that have multiple candidates. I just got a text from a mom on my way into the meeting tonight, but some schools, when there's a lot of candidates and they're running elections, they have them have a little paragraph, which I think is great. And because then people kind of know what they're choosing between just, oh, I've heard of this name before. I know we don't have anything in policy, but I would love for that to be encouraged to all of our principals. I just
I
had
encourage is best practice, but again, like you said, it's not required either in
Right.
state code or policy, but I do always encourage it when they say, how do I do this? How do I run it? I always say, that's a good idea. Just a short little bio on them to
Right.
say, hey, this is why I'm running. This is who I am. This is what my kids are, whatever. But some choose to and some don't.
but all of the principals you think are fully, we have some new principals. I think that maybe a reminder
Sure.
would be awesome.
I'm knocking on wood that most of them have already held elections by now, but I know there are a couple that have not.
Florida Canyon hasn't, and I'll just be specific, and they have a lot of candidates. And so far, I don't think there's paragraphs included, so that might be great. So people know what they're picking.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, Susan. We appreciate everything you do.
Yes, thank you, yes.
Okay, now we're on to item C, emergency management team report, Kirsten Stewart, assistant director, please.
So it's.
Great, thank you, President Schill. I'm pleased to be filling in for Jeff Haney tonight, and updating the board on some of our school safety updates. And I brought friends with me. We have Ryan Jakeman, who's our assistant facilities director, also our risk manager. He can answer any questions that you may have. And then also Dr. Brian McGill, director of student wellness services, and Dr. Bruce Eschler, principal of Jordan High School. And we're going to talk a little bit about their experience, some of the key takeaways from some of the conferences that employees were able to attend this year. So safety in action. School safety has been a topic of discussion and action for forever in Canyons District. And we're encouraged by data showing that our schools are the safest places for children. Some of the measures are really obvious. We're going to be talking about a lot of those today, right? Such as like the emergency preparedness drills that we have, the surveillance cameras, but a lot of what we do behind the scenes is a little invisible, but no less important. And thinking stuff like the consistent behavioral expectations we have for students to keep our classrooms free of bullying and discrimination and harassment. And so we'll touch on a little bit about that, but most of it will be kind of what we're doing to harden our schools. As you all know, safety is really something that everyone has a role in, and because it is so all encompassing, kind of an all hands on deck effort, we created the EMT, the emergency management team. And this team's is the responsibility, they meet regularly on a quarterly basis and they update our safety protocols and ensure that we're taking a standardized district-wide approach to everything that we do, to preventing emergencies, to responding to emergencies, and to recovering from them if they happen. As I mentioned, they do meet quarterly. They receive regular briefings on different, incidents that we have or on our drills. They receive reports on compliance with our drill schedule and on other safety protocols. And then they've conducted, since 2016, when we convened the committee, have conducted 3 audits, I would say safety audits to recommend improvements to our protocols. So we'll talk a little bit about that, like the most recent audit of last year, because we have some sort of carryover tasks from that year. And then we'll also cover some steps that we're undertaking to implement new measures following the passage of HB 61, which is the school safety requirements bill. The EMT is really kind of one of our larger committees. It's actually also one of only a few in which we have 3 board members who participate, which I think demonstrates the board's commitment to safety. You can see we have representation on here from both the operational side of the shop and the school academic side. We also have obviously communications, our wellness and prevention experts under Dr. McGill. We have public engagement coordinator and SRO. So those, Sharice, they work with our law enforcement partners and our municipal partners. And then of course we have school representatives, and these are rotating positions. So this year from Glacier Hills, we have Assistant Principal Hallie Nelson, Diamond Ridge High School's Assistant Principal Jared Tuckler, he's the high school representative, and then from middle school's Middle Assistant Principal Connie Chu Simons. Did I say that right? Simons, not Simmons. One of the great things about these representatives is, in addition to kind of becoming safety experts for schools to rely upon, they become safety advocates for the district. So they're helping us embed safety, in our schools. And the other step that we've taken toward kind of expanding or deepening our bench of safety advocates was to send up to 60 employees this year to 3 trainings. We went to Las Vegas, a training in Las Vegas, one in San Antonio, Texas, and then one in Salt Lake. And Mont, I think you went to some of those, right? 2 of them, okay.
Texas.
Okay. And then we had Brian, you probably went to all 3, right? And probably Brian, you went to all 3 as well.
2 out of 3.
2 out of 3, yeah. So anyway, I'd just like to invite Brian or Dr. McGill and Dr. Esler to talk a little bit about some of the key takeaways from those conferences. Whoever else wants to go first.
Okay, so first of all, thank you for letting me attend. It was a wonderful conference. One of my takeaways is I think all district leadership should attend a conference like this. I think it was interesting to see districts from around Texas, but not also outside of Texas, how all in they were. That makes sense. I think, again, my 2 takeaways were safety is a systems approach. So we have to have buy-in at all levels. We have to have everyone speaking the same speech, doing the same things. We've got to have a common program language. But the other takeaway actually goes back to something Mary Bailey, those of you who remember Mary Bailey, told intern at Quarter Canyon. All education begins with relationships. And every session, after session, relationships. All school safety begins with students having positive relationships with adults and with each other. And that was a massive takeaway. The programs one program that stood out to me that started from actually Sandy Hook, it's called the Sandy Hook Promise. One of their programs is you start with hello. All begins with helping train our students they see someone who's alone, walk up to that person, hello, how are you? I'm so-and-so. We need to, and I think what made me optimistic about some of the initiatives we see in Canyons right now is I think we are getting back to, not that we ever forgot about it, but we recognize the importance of PBIS. And so I think as the board has prioritized PBIS for the coming year, that's going to pay dividends in school safety. But But again, as a principal, one of the things that I brought back to my faculty, we, as an Avid school, Avid always has kind of, it's an underpinning, something called a relational capacity. So we've been kind of working on that, but it validated, yes, we are going in the right direction and emphasizing and prioritizing for our own PD, how do we help teachers and students build closer relationships? There was a quote, which again, I think has been made in many kind of settings, that behavior is a language of unmet needs. I think helping us understand what those unmet needs are of our students begins with us recognizing it's seen. So again, my biggest takeaway, relationships. And again, let's all get on the same page. Let's all have a system. Let's make sure we're using the same language. Those are my takeaways.
Thank you so much.
All right, well, in the spirit of school safety, I just wanted to let everybody know that when I visited out to high school last week, the hall monitors are doing their job diligently. So I got a citation on my vehicle as I walked out. Not only are they tracking who's inside the building, but they're also tracking who's outside. Anyway, I know a couple of people and they went ahead and took care of it for me. I thought that was kind of ironic. So I had the opportunity of going to the Texas School Safety Conference the last couple of years. Last year's we went with the team from Union, ironically as Brenda was here. The one big takeaway that I took back from that was the importance of reunification. There was a gentleman from the Department of Defense that came and gave a fantastic presentation. And he is an expert who actually went through a school shooting at the particular school he was at. And he said it took him as an expert 4.5 hours to do a reunification of his entire student body with students back to parents. And that's an expert, a renowned expert. And so the one thing that I walked away from, and I know we're doing some due diligence on ensuring that we're providing reunification, standards. That was one thing that really stood out to me last year as I went to it. This year, there was a slide, and I actually shared this with Dr. Robbins. It was kind of one of those aha moments. When you go to conferences, one of the great things about the Texas conference is it's very comprehensive. They have pathways on substance abuse prevention, on cyberbullying prevention, on suicide prevention, facilities, training through drills, fostering a positive culture and climate, mental health. And so there was one slide in particular, and I don't know if we threw this in here, Kirsten.
Sorry.
It's not like the highest quality photo, but this is what I'm going to speak to briefly. And this is a holistic school safety framework. And when I saw this being presented from the Department of Defense, the one thing that really stuck out to me is it highlights all the different themes and areas. And Bruce spoke to this, right? I mean, rigor, relevance, and relationships. Relationships is such a key element to creating a positive culture and climate at school, which creates safety. But as I looked at this particular framework, I thought to myself, Canyons is doing all of this. But how well are we advertising and advocating our work as it relates to school safety with our parent community? And helping parents make the connection between wellness of their child and threat assessment and cyberbullying prevention and online safety and facilities and training, doing the drills. I think a lot of times, when parents hear school safety, they automatically go to the surveillance, facilities, vestibules, locking of doors, because I think a lot of parents go to that worst case scenario, right? And so walking away from this conference, as I saw this particular slide and snapped a picture of it, I thought to myself, as it relates to supporting, students' health, right? Their physical and mental wellness. We do that across the district in a variety of different forms and means, and how that helps school environment. In fact, in the language in the framework, it says to help students thrive. And I thought, well, that's ironic. Preventing bullying and creating positive cultures in schools, the Thrive Time curriculum that we rolled out. It's a tier 1, curriculum for all of our students. Anti-bullying campaigns that our PTA helps us out with. The High School Leadership Academy that we're doing with Sunlight Works. Again, promoting that positive environment of creating a safe culture at school. Online safety is a part of it. Improving the school climate. So TSSP goals and how that's tied into school culture and climate. The goals are setting forth at every school in Canyon School District. There's training exercises and drills, which again goes back to that static facilities and the standard response protocol from I Love You Guys that we're moving towards. Intervening with students early, looking at suicide risk, using terrace metrics, which is a metric that we use to assess for risk amongst our students as part of our mental health screening nights. The CIRC that we do at the elementary level, and CSTAG, again, threat assessment, and then averting violence, which is more along the lines of safe UT and reporting, or if you see something, say something, right? So as I walked away from that, I just got thinking it would be really cool to canyonize this and to get this out to our parent communities so they can see all of the efforts that we as a district are truly making as it relates back to their child being safe at school, which is honestly the most important thing that we can be doing. So.
Thank you, Dr. Mayo. I think we got a question.
All right.
Ivar?
Yes, I got a
About my
question.
citation?
No. I like your colors, gray and white.
Oh, I got you.
I'm wearing gray.
Yeah.
No, okay, so a couple of things. You know how when we were talking about Thrive, rolling it out, how it's great to do a sort of reverse classroom idea where there's communication from the parents, so they're having some crucial conversations at home with their
Like
kids.
parent reinforcement component.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I was thinking of that as you were just talking, like the see something, say something. So I had a conversation in my carpool, okay, this morning on the way to school. Someone mentions, hey, did you hear this friend of ours got in trouble? Okay, and then they tell why, and that he did something not very nice to another kid. And then one of the girls in the carpool says, oh, I feel bad for him. He's totally bullied. So then I stopped and said, what, does everyone feel that way? Yeah. Okay. What's his name? What's his last name? What are you guys doing? If we could have some sort of regular communication with parents to have some crucial conversations with their kids, because they don't know, like you said, what we're teaching, right? Talk to them about, hey, do you know any kids at school that are getting picked on? What are you gonna do about it, right? What can you say or do?
Or in that case, if they want to remain anonymous, just using Safe UT and submitting a tip and it hits the administrators in real time.
Yeah.
So they get the report, right? But again, it's that awareness of helping our students and our parent community come to know where those resources are, right? Like, how do you access Safe UT? Do you have it on your phone? Which we do through the schools.
Yeah.
We can never do enough of it, right?
Yeah.
Advocating.
And just-
You will be thankful to know that hot off the press Friday, my team actually created parent letters with parent reinforcement components on every focal point and unit and Thrive time. So, and we've sent that out to principals. So the goal is for the teachers to be able to send that out as they start each of their different units. Have those parent reinforcement components at home, ways to have conversations with your child about each of the different topics and how to bring that into the table conversation.
I love that. And I had another experience with a mom whose son was getting picked on in middle school. And I talked to her about, had she ever gone in and talked to the principal, and she'd talked to her son and they had chosen not to do that. They didn't want any sort of retaliation or other things. And unfortunately, I think that happens a lot too. But if they share with someone, then I was able to have a conversation with my son, and magically that kid got some texts. Hey, we've noticed, we got your back. Let us know if you need some, and so he got that. But having those conversations and talking to the kids of, do you know anyone who sits by themselves at lunch, those types of things, because unfortunately a lot of it just doesn't get reported.
Yeah. And that's the great thing about Safe UT is it can be anonymous. So if they're worried about how that approach is going to be, they're walking into the office and tell an administrator. It's a great way to let the administrator know without having to give up your name in real time through Safe UT.
Yeah.
So that's the magic of it. I knew we had a long extended holiday break because my phone at 7 a.m. this morning was all of the tips throughout all of the weekend, just one by one by one by one.
Sure.
So our kids are using it, but the more we can get that communication effort out to students and parents, the more highly utilized it is, the safer our schools are.
Yeah, and even education to the parents on what is bullying. How can you identify bullying, right? Because a lot of kids come home with a story that their feelings were hurt for one reason or another, but understanding what the difference is and how to handle it. Because I think sometimes as a parent too, it's easy to say, well, turn the other cheek. We'll try to be his friend. Well, and it's harder to distinguish the difference between. So as we do some of those topics and outreaches, and I don't know if it could be through Parent Square or through Thrive, but
So we're asking the principals and teachers to send those parent reinforcement letters out. On
just
the
by email or Parent Square.
using Parent Square.
Okay. Okay, that's great. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Dr. McGill.
I'm glad Brian brought all that up. We actually just ran out of time. We will definitely canyonize that and get it on the Think Safe website and find other ways to circulate that, because I think it is a really persuasive graphic. And I will also mention that on Safe UT, so this year we've been really working on embedding a lot, because we have a lot of new protocols to share with people. We're creating back to school kits for our schools to use to, to get messages out about, like, we're doing the safety drill this month, or here's Safe UT, here's how to upload it to your phone, here's how to log in, here's how to use it, kind of thing. So we're definitely trying to refine those processes, but we can always do better and we can always do more, for sure. So you'll recall last year, I'm gonna do a little history before jumping into what's new, right, with HB 61. You'll recall that we performed that safety audit that yielded really quite a few system-wide improvements. So on the completed column, I'm not going to go down the whole list, but topping it off right there with the Thrive Times curriculum that Dr. McGill just referenced. We also updated our incident management manual to add run, hide, fight, and hold. And I think importantly worked with our law enforcement principals to identify, to really sort of refine our lockdown and secure procedures, right? So secure being when what used to be our shelter in place, right? When the external doors are locked because there's an external threat, all of those doors are locked. With the lockdown, we've got a situation where some doors are left open. We pre-identifies those so that law enforcement can quickly get inside the building. That's when there's an internal threat at the school. The other big thing Ryan's team has been undertaking is Telecenter U. We piloted this at 7 schools. So what this is it's a PA system where instead of having in a lockdown situation to swipe the card, right, which activates the protocol and notifies the district, now it's just a push of the button, and immediately an announcement goes over the PA system at that school. Piloted it, had great, it actually already worked with our PA systems, so it was an easy thing to do, a little hanging fruit thing to do, and then we hope to be able to bring another 10 schools on board with that this year. We've also been working with our law enforcement agencies to conduct trainings at our schools, to do walkthroughs of our schools so they're familiar with our campuses, right? And then we've moved all of our surveillance cameras onto the Milestone system. It's a higher resolution camera system. And then ongoing, of course, this is just what we're going to be doing every year, pretty much. We're going to be looking at our door access permissions, our emergency drill completion. EMT gets those reports. We're requiring our employees to visibly wear our badges, visitors checking in. One thing that is, and EMT actually just last week approved or organized a secret shopper, right, system where we're going to be sending members of EMT out to our schools to do door checks to make sure that our doors are closed and latched. And just to kind of observe vestibules and how they're working and that kind of thing, and then report back to EMT. Brian's team is in charge of the threat assessment, crisis prevention training. That's training that happens annually. And then one thing that's a little new this year, I kind of wanted to highlight, we're working on giving police, our school resource officers, jurisdictional access to our surveillance cameras. So right now we have school resource officers assigned to certain schools. But often, like if we have 2 from Unified, for example, they're covering for each other, right? So now we're going to give those access to their partners' schools so that they can have ready access to those cameras. That's the committee's recommendation at any rate. So moving on to HB 61. This law is now in effect and it does a lot of things, not all of which are encompassed here on this slide. I'm just going to focus on the stuff that really relates to schools. So it requires schools to perform a threat assessment, where it's similar kind of to what we did with our safety audit, but it's more on the school level. We had hoped that the state was going to come up with an assessment tool. That's probably still the direction they're headed. Haven't done it yet, but in the meantime, we came up with our own sort of standardized process as a district, and we used the CISA School Security Assessment Tool. CISA, for the uninitiated, is the U.S. Cybersecurity Infrastructure and Security Agency. So our reviews were conducted by our designated school safety specialists, which are also, this is a role that's also different in HB 61. our principals and assistant principals, so they're all school administrators that are serving in those roles. So we've assigned those roles, we've performed some training with them. We talked a little bit earlier about kind of building this core of safety experts and advocates. Well, that's kind of what our safety specialists really are. They're another example of the way that we're doing that. I think that's one of the more powerful things about this law. And these folks will inherit a pretty big role, but they will receive a stipend of about $2,275 a year. We paid over the course of the year in 4 installments. Is that right, Ryan? 4 installments. And we really do review them as their school's safety chief. And there are some other things here on the list as well, but I'm gonna get into those a little bit further on. This is just kind of a recap of some of their roles and responsibilities of the safety specialists. So they're responsible in scheduling the emergency drills that are required by law for schools to perform. Then they run after action analyses of those drills. One powerful thing that we came away from the conference with was to have them do a walkthrough with their through their school, ducking into those classrooms, best case scenario with their school resource officer and maybe their hall monitors, and having a discussion with each teacher about here's the configuration of your classroom. What would you do in this scenario? You know, have them be thinking about what their evacuation routes are and that kind of thing. So we thought that would be really powerful. They also have to complete annually an evacuation, the school evacuation and reunification plan. That really kind of talks about, you know, has a map for the evacuation maps. It kind of stipulates where the assembly points are in an evacuation. And then we'll talk a little bit more about reunification, kind of some improvements we've made on that front, which, as Dr. McGill mentioned, it was an area that we had identified as a place where we could kind of create some more robust systems. I mentioned the safety assessment, and that safety assessment kind of leads to the application for grant money that HB 61 also makes available. And of course, and I'll talk a little bit about, let's see if I can get to the grant now. So the grants, each school has completed grants. We're going to be like reviewing those later this week and then submitting them on September 15th.
15th is we're hoping to submit it on Tuesday.
Okay.
Before.
So on Tuesday, and we've identified 3 areas of priority for those grants. So card access on all exterior doors that enter into common areas, expansion of the telecenter U PA system I mentioned, and then purchasing additional surveillance cameras so that we can have like everyone up to kind of a district standard in terms of full coverage for our cameras. And then of course, finally, our safety specialists have to know and understand what standard response protocol, otherwise known as the SRP. What is the SRP?
Before you go on to that, may I ask a question?
Yes, please.
My question is the district providing a standard protocol for all of the reunification plans?
Yes.
So every school does it the very same way, or is it kind of left to the schools to kind of create their own? Because in my world, it was a create your own.
Yeah, I'm gonna get.
It changed from year to year to year to year, and to be honest, I think it was going to be hit and miss if an emergency happened. We can get them out, but after that, it was fair game.
Yeah. And that's
seriously
kind of complicated, right? Yeah,
it's tricky.
We do. So in the we create a template for the school evacuation or reunification plans that they just fill out with, like, you know, who's doing what in an emergency, what are the key roles and who are those people, and then they, you know, put in evacuation maps, and then this year we added some very step-by-step instructions for what a reunification should look like and how a school should conduct one.
Because we never practice beyond the get out.
Right, and I have some fantastic stuff.
We need
to share with
the other part.
Yeah, no, it's super important. Bear with me, like, I'll get to that one.
Okay, I can hold on.
So, any other questions? So the SRP, it was created by this group called the I Love You Guys Foundation. It's sort of a system of actions that schools can apply in any given emergency. The foundation makes its materials available at no charge to school districts, you name it. And it really is the go-to response protocol across the country. When we were in Texas, it was just sort of viewed as a foregone conclusion that that's what schools are using. They referred to it in shorthand as the SRP. Everyone knew what it was. One of the beauties about it is, well, so what the foundation was attempting to do is understanding that because every emergency is different, they wanted to create this core set of responses that you can always take. So in the response, you could be in an evacuation at one point and then decide to shelter later, or you know what I mean? There's they kind of build on each other. So it's really empowering, I think, for individuals to take safety into their own hands. And the other thing that it creates this core set of nomenclature so that everyone understands when we say lockdown, we know what that means, right? And so for the first time in Utah, because of HB 61, this is now required of all schools in the state. So there's no longer going to be any confusion about, you know, what a locked out versus lockdown or a soft lockdown, right? We're all going to be on the same page.
It's really time, that will save so much time and confusion from our responders, our outside responders, and also within the building. I think that's,
Even the media.
and media.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
And,
even
you know,
it's knowing what we mean when we say that.
and it's really familiar to what we've already practiced. There are a few key differences that I'll note. So secure, as I mentioned, replaces shelter in place, right? So external threat, we go into secure, the external doors are locked. Business as usual on the inside. Kids can still move during the passing periods. They can go to use the restroom or go to the main office. And then the other one is shelter, which we had as part of our protocols, but maybe just not that explicit. And it's usually for a hazard, an external, like a tornado or an earthquake or hazmat situation outside, or we're sheltering in the school.
That twice.
What's that?
I practiced that twice.
Oh,
How many kids can you cram in one room and then we would seal the tape the doors shut so no bad air would get in case there was a nuclear event, and we're going, and the kids are all going, what are you doing? Practicing. Cause you didn't want to upset them, but it was
right.
crazy.
We're just sealing the room. But you know, and I said, so we're familiar with it, but it does represent some change for people. And so as I mentioned earlier, we really are doing our level best to get the word out to everybody, from parents to law enforcement. So we've trained all of our school safety specialists, all of our school administrators. We've trained our SROs. We'll likely be doing some more training and actually potentially bringing I Love You Guys Foundation in. We have a fantastic website where all of this stuff is available. We've produced videos, explainer videos on each of these protocols so that when schools do a drill, we can push that out and saying, this is what an evacuation looks like. This is what a lockdown looks like. So there's always more that we can do, but we're doing our best to make sure that everyone has the information they need to put this into practice. So that's reunification as promised. So you're absolutely right. This is actually reunification events are actually quite common, right? I mean, it could be from anything. Like we had a gas leak at Canyon View once, and the kids it was determined they couldn't get back into the building probably within a timely manner, so they decided to reunify them with families. And one of the things, the saying goes that recovery starts when the crisis begins, right? And so reunification is something that we always need to have in the backs of our minds. So we have, as I mentioned, added those step-by-step instructions to the school-based templates, but then, and what those identify are the on-site assembly points, right? This is where the kids are evacuating to, an off-site evacuation location. So that's usually something nearby. Could be a church, could be another school, could be the expo center or whatever. Susan has been working on identifying those locations and work with the schools. And then she'll work to get MOUs in place with all of those organizations so that we have all of those on file. Then in addition to that, we're assigning an off-site reunification to every school. And those are typically used like following a police-led evacuation. So we have a major incident at a school. Police are cordoning off the campus. They're moving all of the students to this off-site location. And we envision this as being district-led. One of the things that another takeaway from these conferences is that it's nice to have a team mobilize to put that plan into action so that the school can focus on the students and the employees, right? And so we've got a team working on that, a good number of our EMTs on putting that together, actually having kits at these reunification sites, kind of go kits with everything you need to do a reunification, cards to, vests, you name it. And actually doing a reunification exercise where we invite our administrators to walk through it. So that's something definitely on the front burner. So this QR code just goes to the Think Safe web page I mentioned with all of those resources. And I think that's all I got for you, unless you have any questions.
Yes.
That website that talks about what's the difference between lockdown, shelter, all of those things. I don't think or remember in the meeting that we just had, did we talk about how we're going to just let the parents know about that website that they can read up on that and know what's what? When there's emergencies, I know we don't like to give too much information, but one problem that we do have is when there is an emergency at the school, because they don't get any information. You know, we had an instance where Alta had a situation and they all left the school and went somewhere, and then Corner 2 weeks later had a situation, they were all in the school and parents were saying, why isn't Corner evacuating like Alta did? Well, it was a totally different situation and it needed to be like a stay in the school, keep everyone secure there because the threat was outside the school. Of course, we couldn't say that, but it might help parents if we just have this somewhere easily accessible on our website, school safety, so parents can read up on that. So when in the event that this is happening and they're not getting a lot of information, they do know that the emergency is being handled correctly.
No, this, so the website, actually, it's a really easy URL. It's Canyons District /Safe Schools.
Awesome.
And it's got all of the videos right there that explain all the protocols. And you know, you're absolutely right. There was some confusion about those incidents in the community. And it's always a balancing act that we're doing, right? When we're trying to give as much information we can without impeding the investigation. And so we usually try to follow up with kind of a recap to put parents' minds at ease. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. The more they know, the safer they're gonna feel.
Yes, the less fear. And so if we can push that out every once in a while, even on a parent square or something, you know, parents, if you're interested or concerned about this, here's the website to go to.
I would mention too that we have a copy of these in all of our classrooms, so. Spanish.
This is a
So the reunification sites and where those are going to be, like, are those all set? Like, do we have memorandum of understandings for those? Like, how's
We
that
do.
going?
We don't publicize those for safety reasons, but obviously, in the event of a reunification, we would let those families know, right, where they need to go to collect their children.
We know where they're going to be. The principals have signed off on these locations. We don't have the MOUs in place yet. We're working on those, waiting for that to come to me, and then we'll work with each one of the businesses to, you know, in locations. Some of them are churches, different things, but we'll work with them to get those in place once I have you to sign it.
Making sure they really can get in.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's a
We
question.
have
right?
made inroads with a couple of the people that we need to sign with that we thought were gonna be problematic, so that's encouraging.
Is there a plan for communication? I mean, I just think it's really important for us to communicate with parents as much as we can.
So just to comment on that, Amber, a lot of times when these situations arise and we're kind of in that moment, right? That question will get to me of how much should we communicate or not? And I don't want to speak for everybody else, but my message and philosophy has always been to over communicate, not under communicate. So as much transparency as we can go out to the board and to the public as soon as possible. And you know, sometimes that's in the balance, right? People will weigh in maybe because we don't want to cause panic or something to that effect, but I always err on the side of communicate as much as possible, and we'll let chips fall however they are going to. I think to your point, it's more important that you all know and the public parents know as much as possible. So, I mean, that's our philosophy. That's where we're operating from.
I think that's good. Mrs. Nyborn, then Mrs. T.
I agree. And when we did have that situation at Corner Canyon, I probably had 45 texts within 15 minutes. Everyone wondering, you know, why because kids are texting their moms at home and saying a police officer just passed their window with their
The problem is right there.
with their whatever gun, whatever it was, pay whatever on their back. And there's dogs and all these things. And so I was just told not to let them know that the threat was in the parking lot. So I did not do that. But it's difficult because I'm trying to maintain, as you know, there's a lot of fear and we're doing the right thing. There will be more communication. So I agree if if and when, however we can do it, even if it's just a link to this is an emergency, take action situation. You can see all these things, know that it's being handled appropriately, and we'll give you more details as to follow. And then they can figure it out themselves. They can click on, oh, they must be in a lockdown, then it must be this. If we can't give all the details because we're worried about safety.
Yeah, I think, I echo, Superintendent Robbins' point. I think that we also go back and kind of reevaluate, like, what could we have said something differently? Could we have disclosed more information early? You know, so we're always reevaluating that.
Mrs. T.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of thoughts, one question. So, I mean, to that point, it's almost like the more communication and training and learning and understanding by parents of what our processes and protocols are ahead of time before there's an emergency is more likely for them to kind of be able to take a breath when something happens and just have a little moment of, okay, I'm sure they're handling it right because I'm familiar with what the processes are. So I think, you know, it's not only communication in the moment, but also whatever groundwork can be laid ahead of time, which I know you guys are trying to do, and I think it's fantastic. So back to the safety specialists, complete and submit annual school safety assessment. Can you just help me understand how that's the same or different from the school safety report that the SEC's put together that they bring to us?
Well, CISA, if you explain.
Yeah, the assessment is the CISA evaluation. The EMT looked at that. It was one that came from the Vegas conference. And it was a very good free tool that you can get online that runs you through different scenarios. And I went through with the principal this year, and you know, it was great. We looked at an active shooter in a school, talked about your exterior grounds, went into different questions about your surveillance system, those types of things. And so that's what that is a online tool that they go through an evaluation each year. And there are multiple different scenarios that you can choose. And then also, as Kirsten said, the state is looking at maybe developing their own that would be, you know.
Okay, so that's more of a situational based thing, whereas the SEC is more of a, you know, this is what we're seeing on an ongoing basis that should be addressed.
And the school safety assessments, Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong, does not really involve the parents and the school community talking about their school safety. It's the administrators and Ryan doing the assessments to figure out things. That where the school safety plan that is required by law of the SCCs is the parents and the community having that conversation with their administration to say, what do we see as the greatest safety need? What are we seeing?
And I would say that assessment also is something that is a little bit more holistic when you say it's focusing even on like safety to walking to school.
Walking could be
Some of those-
transportation could be a number of things, but they look at top 1, 2, or 3 things that parents are most concerned about in the schools that they're.
The school safety assessment is really, if I'm not mistaken, Ryan, it's like a facility audit, right?
Yeah.
The SEC reports back from the schools, the EMT reviews those each year.
So if there is some overlap, then it can be addressed by the committee.
I would just mention also, just to dovetail on what you were saying with the training and getting communication out to families. One of the things that I think that will really help is we're always saying, don't rush to the school to try to pick up your kid yet. We'll notify you, right, when education is happening or when you return to school to collect your children. And because, I mean, parents want to, right? They want to rush to school, but it can get in the way of police doing their job. It could get into a situation where something, you know, their safety is at risk as well. And so the more that, I agree, the more that we see that conversation up front, the better off we're going to be at the back end. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
It was Mr. Milliberg first and then Snyder.
You know, if you could just roll forward to the SRP again. Unless you've been involved in the safety aspect, you don't realize what a huge deal that is. When we first became a district, we found out that Draper, Sandy, Cottonwood Heights, Unified, all called the same thing, something different. And we were different than most of our police departments were. And the news media called everything a lockdown. Which is, for us getting to the extreme area. And to have this to where I'm still struggling with what each one means because I've had the old protocol in my mind for so long. But to have this to where we will all speak the same language is huge. That is such a big deal. And I'm not usually in favor of laws they pass, but this one I'm okay with.
And we know in a major incident, there's gonna be law enforcement agencies come from all over the state, not even just our jurisdictions, right? So it's important that we're all singing from the same song.
Okay, Mrs. Nyberg.
Yeah, I just had a thought. We have white ribbon week or month. We have red ribbon. I wonder if we could have something where PTA is also included and we have some think safe or safe schools thing in our calendar. And so during that time period, not only are some of these things, the kids, they're taught and reviewed, but the parents, there's communication home and go to this website and this is what it means with a secure and this is what it means to do lockdown. It seems like there'd be a great avenue there and get PTA involved and do something great there. And I think that'll get a lot more coverage and parents will pay attention more if there's some dedicated space to the school calendar that way. And probably the kids will pay attention more too.
Now, we trained with the PTA leaders and SEC, but I think that's important to just keep, getting water to the end of the row, right? I think that's a great idea. I'll get with Susan.
We do have an activity there is a drill every month. Parents are notified prior, oh, yes.
There is, no, I know there is,
But to be able to have a
But to have
cumulative.
a dedicated little thing and in elementary school, they're wearing crazy socks to remember, you move your, whatever it is. But we could do something, right? Where really there's more because those signs that are awesome, that are posted in every classroom, I maybe would be one of those kids that never noticed that sign ever. It's being taught, but if we have dedicated time, it might.
I think that's a great idea.
The idea.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you to that whole committee too. A lot of good work, you guys. Okay, our next item is policy updates. And we have policy 500.11, special education students with disabilities. And then policy 600.01, graduation requirements. And then we are going to discuss a Board of Education flowchart. And Jeff Christensen will be leading the discussion. He is Assistant Legal Counsel.
Thank you, President Shield. So two special education policy updates. So on board docs, you've gone out and looked at the documents that are attached to this agenda item. We have a policy in our manual that deals with a requirement to adopt the USBE, the State Board of Education, Utah Board of Education special education rules. And a copy of those rules are attached to the agenda item. They updated those in November of 2022, and then each LEA has to then adopt those and can adopt their policies and procedures. So in terms of what is being proposed to the board, there is a new issue of the USBE rules as well as CSD's procedures and policies related to special education. And so we're bringing it before the board because our special education department has to have that approved by the board before October. So that's the first item for special education. The second item, again, has been brought forward by our special education department. Last year, we included language for an alternative diploma for our special education students. And now they want to add what's referred to as a certificate of completion. And this is for a special education student has completed their senior year. They're exiting out of the system. And they have not met all the state or district requirements for a diploma, either the alternative diploma or a regular diploma, and they still will receive a certificate of completion. And this is being recommended by our special education department. So in the policy, as we list our different diplomas in Canyons, this will be added as a certificate of completion for our special education students. I can answer any questions related to these two special education updates.
Are there any questions on those two policies? Board? Oh, yeah.
Just comment, so this certificate of completion, that's something that we've been doing, we're just putting it in policy.
Right, and I think we've run into situations where if we have a student that is beginning to exit the system, there have been situations where they may request to receive additional education. And so you can't retain them past their exiting out of the system. So if they haven't received a diploma, they can still receive a certificate of completion. And that does not count against our graduation requirements, but it allows them to have a completion of certificate finishing their K-12 experience.
So I do have a question. So is this something like CTA graduates would get, or is this something they would get when they finish 12th grade?
When they finish 12th grade.
12th grade, okay.
Okay, other questions on those? All right, so those are both for first reading. Now the last item, just to clarify, the policy committee was asked to take a look at a flow chart for issues or communications raised to the Board of Education. As you recall, in our roundtable discussion from a few months ago, we talked about school governance. And this is a slide you'll recognize where the board is responsible for approving the budget, approving policies, governance, and then we kind of have that administration down below, high quality learning, our 4-tier groups. And so we were asked to take a look at how communications or issues, if they were raised directly to the board, what a flow chart would look like. So again, this isn't policy, and this is just to help you envision what we were looking at. This is not our work, but this is similar when a patron has a question or has feedback. This is from our communication department. This is kind of a flow chart to show, all right, you could raise an issue with a teacher, with a student, and then they could potentially refer it to an assistant principal or a principal and sort of work your way up with a concern from starting at the teacher level. What we've thought about in the policy committee is if an issue or a concern was raised to the Board of Education, what would a flow chart look like along those lines? So again, to be clear, this isn't codified anywhere in policy. This was just our thinking and reviewing. And the end goal would be, this could be potentially something that would be external facing to the public. We had our initial ideas, and then I took it to our communications graphic designer to take a look at. So, again, consider this draft, but the idea being, what would it look like if an issue or some complaint were raised to the Board of Education specifically? We already have in our policy manual, in our non-discrimination policies, as well as in our grievance policies and our employee policies, where if a concern is issued and raised, it's addressed how that would be unfolded. So if you're an ESP employee, you have a grievance policy. If you're a licensed employee and you believe there's been a violation of law or policy, you go to the license grievance policy. If you're complaining about, if you have a concern about sexual harassment or race, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, all of those funnel into our non-discrimination policy. If it were an age complaint or claim for age discrimination, they all funnel into our non-discrimination policy. So in developing this flow chart, the policy committee's thinking is, what would it look like if either the full board or an individual board member receives an issue or complaint from a member of the public? And this could be of varying degrees of severity. This was just our broad thinking. So again, now at the very beginning of this flow chart, we have a kind of a reminder at the beginning that any communication coming in a written or electronic communication will be subject to both GRAMA, because the board is a public entity, and will also be subject to FERPA, meaning disclosure. If we have a GRAMA request, we would be subject to provide those records if something came to either the full board or an individual board member. And then also governed by FERPA, where the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, if it had particular student information, we could not disclose that unless we received permission from the parent or legal guardian. So those two laws kind of govern communications with the board. So on the left, each of you have a copy of the flow chart in your folder if you can't read what's up online. So on the left is an issue is reported to the whole Board of Education. And that's something like an email comes in and it's to the full board. And let's say it involves some issue of law or policy or other concern. In our flow chart, that would be then you move down, so it goes to the full board on the left. Then the full board, if they receive an issue, then that would be the board's president responsibility to refer that to the superintendent for review or resolution. Following it down, at that point, the superintendent has a number of options. If you see there's a multi-directional arrow from the superintendent to a principal or under the superintendent, district administration is also listed. And the superintendent, if you follow it down on that left side, may refer the issue to district administration to investigate and respond. And then in that green bubble is kind of the review. There could be fact gathering. If it were an HR issue, it could go to human resources to investigate. If it dealt with a legal issue, legal services could investigate, and then an appropriate response would be provided back to whatever party raised the concern, whether it's patron or employee or otherwise. That's kind of the left side. On the right side, if an issue is reported to a board member, an individual board member, in the policy committee, we discussed what would their response be. And this was with the response that we generated. The next part of the flow chart was recognizing that the full board in both our employee and discipline appeal policies acts as the hearing body to either review once an employee, if they are terminated, the appeal is to the board. Or for a student in a disciplinary situation, the ultimate appeal is to the board. So in those instances, the board member, individual, or the full board wants to remain distanced from reviewing or any investigation. So the first question that we thought would be appropriate is, depending on how that communication came, did you first communicate with the principal? And if the answer is no, then that matter for the board member could be referred directly to the principal to address it at a school level. The alternative, if the answer is yes, then they've already tried to communicate with the principal. They could then forward it to the superintendent for him to either defer it to school performance or a district department. And then in between the superintendent and principal, there is a little circle there about duty to report. All employees of the school district are public employees. If there are issues of child abuse, issues of criminal conduct, or harassment and bullying, we have statutory duties to report. So once that information reaches any public employee, we're required to report to either our supervisor or human resources or through our other policies on where the appropriate location is to report. Yeah, certainly.
First off, graphics are opposite. Just thought I'd tell you, your board member has multiple people in the circle.
So I thought about
Board of
this.
Education has one person,
So
visual person, so I'm going.
great. So I've thought about this both ways. This was done by our communications department, but the full board can act as a full entity.
Okay, you can do that, but I mean, just the surface, just surface
I saw the same thing
observation.
you did. And I thought, well, as a lawyer, I'm gonna come up with my argument. So board members,
I'll take it.
individual, we can finesse it however.
I just thought that was funny, but that wasn't the main thing. I just thought,
Yeah.
wait a minute, you have more people on the board member side than I do.
Right.
Okay, I'm just a visual person. No, my question was, so when you say, did you communicate with the principal? So I get a question from a constituent.
Right.
Okay. My understanding from what you just said is I'm to ask them, did you talk to the principal? I understand that part of it, but what if it's a question that I want to know about as well? Do I follow that? Just asking, guys. Do I follow that same protocol? I go to the principal first and see what they know about it, and then see if that process has been begun where they report to their leadership.
So.
Because I'm going, it's not real clear when you look at that. Is that the community or is that a member or both?
So anyone on the policy committee can respond. I'll give you what my thoughts were on that, but our thinking was that if it's going to the principal, generally it's a school-related issue that's been arisen. If it's something that's informational, then our thinking would be is you're at any point you have the latitude to reach out to the superintendent or any district official to address to gather the information.
Sure.
But what we were trying to avoid in terms of the principal
People jumping over.
is if you're gonna, at some point, let's say it's a student disciplinary issue and you'll ultimately be hearing it at a later point as a panel
You
member.
don't want to get it messed up.
You don't want to get too much fact gathering from that individual until you are aware of the situation. So I think it could go both ways. It doesn't prevent information gathering. It was,
No,
if it's a student issue.
Just the way it was written, it wasn't clear to me if that was, you're referring this flow chart to the community, or if you're referring that to employees, or if you're referring it to the board, or all of the above, and it's just very generic.
Good question.
So it just wasn't super clear to me. I do think we have to have a flow chart, and it is helpful to know or remind people of the steps. Because they want to drag you into all sorts of personal kinds of information. The only time that doesn't work is when the issue is the principal. I'm sorry. Then I go over there to the superintendent. Or the school liaisons. So anyway, I just work up the tree. So. That's all.
Okay, Mrs. Nyworth.
So in policy committee, something we discussed, Karen, is just the importance of allowing the parents to have restored confidence in the principal, that the principal will address their needs. And we did talk about how, oftentimes it would be a courtesy to email the principal too and say, this parent contacted me, you should be hearing from them, which we all do, right? But that's your opportunity to make sure that it's, and I think all the principals, they really
They would
appreciate that.
appreciate that, 'cause otherwise it feels like it goes over your head.
And also,
hated that.
they have a billion things they're trying to prioritize. And if they get an email from you saying this parent contacted me, that'll help it
Moves
move
it up.
up. to the parent. Yeah.
It does, it works. I just wondered if that's the wording that we want to just leave it really open, or.
And I think you raised a good point, Karen. Maybe, one of the phrases we just discussed was, did you first communicate with the principal? Maybe there's a couple tiers there of, did you communicate with this department or here's a way to gather
Depends on who you're
information.
giving that to.
Right.
Who's your audience? That's all I want to know.
Then the other part on the right was the principal will address the issue and or consult with district administration to investigate and respond.
Yeah.
So,
Works.
Okay, Mr. Edel and then Mrs. Oaks.
So I appreciate how far this has come. I remember when it was just in its infancy as a concept, and we have a pretty good image here. So thanks to everyone who's put that together along the way. Just as I've been staring at this, just in this meeting, the thought came to me that it would be kind of nice seeing this as like, an internal thing that we use as a board, but also, administration to see would be that loop back to the board member just to close the loop at the end.
Yes.
Because when we turn something over, we need to know that it was resolved. And so that's the only real thought that I had on this.
That's an arrow.
Yeah, that's good.
We have-
Mrs. Oaks.
I was just gonna say, we have response there, but what you're saying is kind of have it be
Graphic
part of the
art,
graphic, yeah.
So to Karen's point, I agree, like I was confused looking at this too.
Okay, I'm
because
glad I'm not the only.
Yeah, no, the flow chart that we just before, I worked a lot with communications at the time because I think it is really valuable to teach parents like what the process is, give your teacher the benefit of the doubt, and then talk to your principal and so on and so forth. To have that referenced maybe and this graphic, I think would be helpful in terms of encouraging board members to walk people through that process. I thought this was referring to us, like,
I wasn't sure.
because honestly, the truth is, okay, because the truth is when we got trained as new board members, we were actually warned not to directly call or talk to principals about issues coming up at their school. Because what often can happen is that it can be misinterpreted or become a situation where you're micromanaging that principal rather than allowing the superintendent to do their job of overseeing them in that role. So like what Holly was saying, I think it's a good idea for sure, just to give them a heads up or whatnot, but I think we have to be careful, right, in how that communication goes down. And so, yeah, maybe just clarifying this part and referencing the other thing. I agree with what you were saying. I think having the feedback loop back to the board as a whole or back to the individual board member is important. The other thing I have questions about is with regard to the duty to report. We have on there child abuse and criminal conduct, but we don't have anything about UPAC ethics standards. And I think that that needs to be included. So anyway, some of my thoughts.
Thanks. Mrs. Teeny.
Oh, yeah, so I can see the confusion, and yes, we should kind of clarify. It was my understanding that so if I, as a board member, I get a phone call from someone, my question to that constituent is, have you communicated this concern to the principal? And that the yes, no is the answer that comes from the constituent.
That was coming from the board.
And I thought that.
See,
And so.
confusing, it can go both
Right,
ways.
I can see the
And that's why I'm
confusion.
looking
That
at it
was
going,
my understanding of how it should be, because as board members,
Yeah.
if we want to know kind of what a process might be, or like Jeff said, any information, our go-to person is the superintendent.
So we should
Right.
report it to the super, yeah, somehow that needs to be clear that we.
But
report that to the superintendent.
the Jew, the parent.
Yeah.
Or maybe
Just
just
identify who.
the other,
That's how I read it.
the other flow chart, right, that was developed before.
Well, you could
Well,
even.
the other
say
flow chart
parent
looks like
says
parents.
yes or no. You could just add parent says and before
Yeah,
yes or no.
something like that.
Well, parent or constituent or
Yeah.
employee or whoever.
This is true.
Contact.
Yeah, because the board member, also the board member, I mean, this is for us, so we need to know what.
Okay, well, it
we're
doesn't say up there.
doing,
Policy. For board.
Right? And seems like,
So that was kind of like,
to see.
that's the first response we should give.
Yeah,
before
I
getting a whole lot of and we shouldn't get detail, like was mentioned, because
Sure.
we need to stay out of the details of situations, so. Yeah, we can work on that.
okay, anything else? Any other suggestions?
Cause I considered that first slide a parent slide.
Yes,
That is the parent.
And it's
slide.
very clear.
Yeah,
I like it.
and that's what. I
And it
mean,
even gives you information right there. There's the number, there's the number. It's perfect. It's perfect. And then it does say that the superintendent would work with us or let us know what's going on. But yeah, that one's perfect. But this one, I'm sorry, I was confused. As you can tell.
That's first draft.
It's okay. That's why I'm
Yeah,
saying I
well-
don't get it.
Lots of drafts, so.
Yeah, 'cause
Depends on how I'm
it
thinking about it.
Also needs to be made clear what the board member does, because I mean, that's the thing, with USBA, we always train board members should report to the superintendent.
Yeah, yeah,
And so that was confusing too, because I'm like, we're supposed to report to the principal.
yeah, no,
Anyway, okay, so that's great. Okay, anything else?
I like it though. I think it's very needed.
Yeah, I think.
I think it's great. It's just not done yet. It's not.
And I think this should maybe be part of the handbook, or I don't know.
The
what
mysterious
that is.
handbook that I've never seen.
The
That's a
handbook
good
that's coming. Yeah, yeah.
While we're on the
Amanda.
subject of the handbook, I know I've talked to Nancy and to Andrew about this, like the poor policy committee, you guys get like the entire kitchen sink handed over to you and then some, and it doesn't help that the legislature has as many bills as they do. I know that the handbook has been discussed as a priority for a long time, like would it be? Yes, would it be worthwhile for us to create a separate committee that's just exclusively dedicated to putting
Is that fast?
together?
You wanna get it?
a handbook? That's just a question. I don't know what the right or wrong answer is.
Policy members, what do you think? Mrs. Mrs. Nybar and then Mrs. Ting.
Oh, well, we've started it already and it's over in communications. We've already done quite a bit of work, even Nancy, myself and Steve Wrigley from a while ago. So there, and it's got links to statutes and all sorts of things embedded in it. And there's been a lot of work. So I would love to see traction and movement on the work and the hours that have already been put in.
And yeah, I mean, to your question too, we handed out like a table of contents to the whole board at our round table. And so hopefully but we haven't had any feedback from you guys either, so hopefully you're okay with the
Maybe you can
table of
send it.
contents.
I don't remember.
But we've talked about, like Holly said, there's been a lot of work done, so what the next step is, instead of kind of waiting to get the whole thing ready to bring forward, we could probably do it in sections. Yes. And in chunks, and then, but I mean, we're pretty close, so I guess my thought is if we were to form a whole new committee, it might take longer than just having us push through. I mean, summer was tough. We were, not able to meet as frequently as we usually do during the school year, but so hopefully we'll be starting to get some of those chunks finished enough to bring forward.
Thank you, Mr. Edel.
I would be more in support of a committee to do it. I feel like we can't get through our current list of things. And it feels like the legislative session is closing in on us pretty rapidly. And so while I think we all want to be optimistic that we'll be able to plow through it, realistically, I just don't know. And I feel like we're really productive in our meetings. I mean, I feel like policy committee is one of the most productive committees I go to. But there's just so much that we have to get through in our 2 to 3 hours that we spend in each meeting. It's just Andrew's opinion.
I mean, I don't know.
Can I offer a suggestion or a thought? Why don't we set a target date to have some of the more substantive sections in the draft before the board by a target date, and then if we can't meet that as a committee, then we could look at a separate committee. But we've the three of us have kind of formed a subcommittee of the policy committee to talk about handbook stuff, and we just haven't been able to get
to. You don't have Steve anymore.
No, but we have Andrew.
Oh, Andrew, that's right.
The three of us.
Still have-
Sufficiently prioritize it.
Yes, and if we meet separate from policy, like we have. about
which we weren't able to do during the summer.
I'm just wondering, would it be helpful for us to put on an agenda to see what you guys have so far, so we can review what's there,
Yeah, I mean, that's what we kind of need to do is tighten up what we have, and then bring it to the board in chunks, yeah. I mean, what we have is the table of contents.
Well, and we also have,
Stuff for each of the items.
and we also have all that work we did before too, that was sent to.
It's into all that, yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
so what?
A lot of
you guys
work.
need
Give us a
to
deadline.
Decide a deadline, or can we set it right now? I mean, could we set it for the first meeting in October, October 3rd?
No way. I know.
You will know when they're ready. There will be.
what's a realistic deadline?
I'm thinking the second meeting in November or December, that's what I was.
What exactly was in my head.
Yeah.
Second meeting of November, first one in December.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, that's just 2 months away, so.
Holiday gift.
Merry Christmas.
Wrap it up with the red bow.
That's better than.
Okay, so December 5th, I guess. For some reason, I don't have that on my calendar, but.
Yeah.
I know that's when we're meeting, so, okay. So
December
December
12th.
12th. December 12th?
Oh, yeah.
Or November 28th.
November 28th.
Yeah, or never.
Okay.
I will.
I don't know why, I don't have a calendar invite for December.
Oh, yeah, it's on the 20th.
Christmas is December 25th.
Okay.
Do that.
So November 28th or December?
4th, maybe.
Yeah, you don't want to ruin your.
Okay, that sounds right.
If we're not done by then.
If you're not done by then we'll have a separate committee.
Well, but can I just set realistic expectations? We won't have final draft, right? We'll have a draft ready to bring to the board.
A full draft, not just a section.
Full draft or just some of the key sections.
Something.
Yeah.
Working draft of something.
There will be a work product.
Not.
We make no guarantees beyond that.
Yeah.
Cindy, Can you put that on the stage?
I promise you guys that if you have it done.
Yes, yes, that would be awesome. Okay, I think that's all. Yeah, thank you for doing all your policy. Okay, the next item is item E, and we're actually on 5 minutes of merit.
You guys gave me,
Don't jinx it.
Well, unless Monty's gonna talk for half
oh,
an
I'm
hour.
gonna go for a half an hour.
An hour.
Getting ready for filibuster down there. I've been standing all night.
Because one of the things I wanted to talk about tonight is when we were in St. George with USBA in April for our meeting there, they introduced the concept of the dignity index. Okay,
So good.
and the dignity index goes in 8 steps. And it goes from step number 1, level 1 escalate from violent words to violent action. The combination of feelings on the feeling the other side is less than human and calling for or approving violence. Level 8 is I can see myself in every human. I refuse to hate anyone, and I offer dignity to everyone. Can I tell you, just going through this discussion about a handbook and setting a date, you guys scored really well. I mean, I didn't see anybody shooting poison darts or anything, so you guys are good. That was number 1 on the list of my takeaways from our last meeting. So that was really good. Reminder, we have regional meetings coming up. The Salt Lake Valley. Where is that? Where's my minute saying it? Oh, Sandy's. I was looking for Salt Lake. Sandy. Ours is September 27th. At the USBA office. If you cannot make that, you are free to attend any other regional meeting. I always put a plug in for Park City because they have theirs at the Grub Steak. And I've done that before and it is amazing. It's worth it just to go for the meal. If you need a list of when the other meetings are, let me know and I have a list of those as well.
I know, I haven't seen anything.
6 p.m. start. Well, 6 p.m. start begins at
6 p.m.
One
start.
of our SCC training.
Well, then you'll have to go to the Grub Steak.
Yeah, we'll have to go to the ghost steak.
Yeah, 6 o'clock, the start time of that. I think everybody on the board has signed up for Leadership Academy this week. 7, 8, and 9 midway. So there's not a lot to be said there. They are going to have some really fun activities in the afternoon before we start our meeting. Those that were dead set on pickleball, I am so sorry.
I got that.
Pickleball is not available, but the other stuff will be happening. We are coming up on year end. We have 3 more months before we need to report how we're doing on the master board certification. So you've got a 3-month warning, get her done. This is kind of a big one here. We just finished our delegate assembly a couple weeks ago. Next year, the delegate assembly for 2024 will be June 8th or June 7th and June 8th. That is a really big deal. The legislature is having a tendency to meet more and more often, kind of on a year-round basis. And for us to feel like we could be prepared for the legislative session to start, we feel like we need to have the delegate assembly take place that much earlier. February 8th and February 22 will be days on the Hill. This must be really important because the next bullet item is to get your master board certification done. I think I just said that, didn't I? We also saw a little bit of training here. USB is examining graduation requirements and would like to have feedback from LEA boards. And if you have curriculum ideas, send those to Randy Booth at school.utah.gov. It's randy.booth with an E on the end of Booth at school.utah.gov. For the annual conference in January for USBA, Shane Reese, who is the president of BYU, was that what that is? Will be speaking at the annual USBA conference. He'll be addressing the topic of staying student focused. So we're looking forward to that. And superintendent, I believe that you're on top of this one already. The last point is encourage your district to share positive education stories on social media during the month they are assigned, and repost messages. Superintendents have the list of and are planning to create videos.
So Kirsten's been sharing with USBA like our welcome back videos and social media. So
What months do we have?
we're now.
We're
up
now?
first. We're up first, yeah.
Right out of the chute then. Good.
We put some great content up too, I
Yeah.
think.
Oh, good. Are you done? Mom? Okay,
Oh,
got a question.
Don't overtax my mother.
That was great, thank you.
So when I sat in it for you in the meetings up in June, we talked about, especially in light of the governor telling us you should invite legislators into your classrooms. We said, we have the USBA Day on the Hill, but it would be really amazing to have a legislator in the classroom day sponsored by USBA. Has that gotten any traction?
I like that idea.
I like that idea. That was brought up, but I don't know that it really got any traction.
Formalized? I mean, I don't think there's anything stopping us as a district from doing that.
We tried to do that.
Huh?
Long time ago, Mont, I don't know if you remember. The only one we could get was in, I think, Midvale Middle. Wasn't it you and I was there with that legislator that day?
Trying to think of who it was.
It was Lamar Christensen.
Right.
But that was, of all the legislators, the only one we could get to participate. I'm not saying we shouldn't try it again, but we did put a real good faith effort into doing that at one point.
Well, and we talked about like in that meeting that if we had it like as a statewide thing, it would be easier to promote. And then there's a little bit of peer pressure, right? Of them saying, hey, I'm going to such and such district. Where are you going? Like to encourage them to be in the classroom and seeing it for.
Susan's
So,
giving me the stink eye, but unless she objects, I'm certainly willing to try it again. I thought it was a great idea and I still do.
If you remember, and this was early days of the district, Howard Stevenson, when he was in charge of NCSL and stuff, he had Utah legislators have a challenge where they had to visit schools every year. And that's where the PTA day at the school started that was late Jordan, early Canyons.
Yeah.
And they would show up. They wouldn't necessarily come to the classrooms, but they would show up anyway. But it did used to be part of their legislative agenda, and it died probably 2012.
Yeah. We reached out to them. We tried very hard. Certainly, that was more than 10 years ago, so there's no reason not to try it again.
It may be a heavy lift.
Yeah.
When LeVar was there, when you and I were there, he actually got in front of the class and took some time teaching.
You did a good job.
And that was part of what was discussed at the USBA meeting, is to have them come in and, kind of like throwing them in the lion's den and letting them teach.
Yeah, we did it around Constitution Day, thinking that would be something they would be interested in being in the school for.
wow. Well, I mean, I know we have our meeting tomorrow. Is it a terrible idea for us to invite them and say, hey, we really like to do this? This is gaining some traction.
I always think it's
Why?
possible to have them in there as much as possible. We're all for it.
The feeling is that if they are in the classroom, in the schools more often, they will better understand
Yes.
what public schools do.
Mrs. Teamy.
I agree. I think it's worth trying it again and providing it, but I think one of the things for making it successful would be to ask if they're interested and which level of school, elementary, middle, high school, and then maybe put it out there to the schools if there's a particular class or teacher that would be okay being the host and would then maybe identify if there is a unit or a section of a unit or something that they could teach and then prepare ahead of time and connect them ahead of time. So it's not just show up and observe and be done, but they can actually
Right. I would love
be a
for-
part of it.
I think that would be good for the legislators to see what goes on in school. I think it would be an excellent opportunity for our students to actually meet and interface with the legislators. And I think it would be a great deal for us to have them more involved and see what we do.
I think it's a great opportunity for the legislators to meet teachers and administrators, school level administrators. And that's something that I've always found to be very helpful in developing relationships with legislators in the school district.
Okay, maybe, I don't know, maybe we could do like some kind of sign up sheet for tomorrow, right?
We just need to think about how the presentation on that will be.
I think it's an easy slip in. I mean, we're talking to them about a lot of different things, but if we were to say, you know, we really want to invite you to our classrooms. We want you to know it's open and available to you to come and see what's happening for you and for you to participate and contribute.
Constitution Day is a little over a week away.
Well, I know.
That's probably not, that's too soon.
Well, Governor Cox
No,
has made
no,
it
no.
Constitution Month, right? I mean, he
Oh, yeah, that's
recently
right. He
just
made
signed
it Constitution Month.
sometime in September.
We'll continue to talk
They
about
can
it.
even talk about amending the Constitution. What it takes
Well-
to do that,
Well, maybe we don't want to talk about that.
or not.
Yeah.
That's what it's for.
Okay, well, we are finished with our agenda, so I will adjourn this meeting, study session, and we'll start at 7. Have a little break.
Ready?
Amongst yourselves.
Thank you.
You may now talk amongst yourselves.
I'll just take it small.
Covered. I think it's.
It's not meant to.
Is that the most of all the?
Give you an ugly copy.
Yeah, that was great.
Okay. Okay, I would like to welcome everyone to the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is September 5th, 2023, and we are meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. The first item on the agenda is to approve the agenda for today, September 5th. So can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda for today, September 5th, 2023.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second to that?
I will second that.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, the next item on the agenda is to have the Pledge of Allegiance, and we have Mount Jordan Principal Ryan Durant. If you will come up.
Hello, everyone. Please stand for the pledge. Do I need to speak into this one? All right. All right, appreciate it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, now we will hear some highlights about Mount Jordan from Principal Durant.
I was taught you got to speak into the microphone like this. So that's what my band teacher tells me. So I'm grateful to be able to talk to you today about the great things that are happening at Mount Jordan Middle School. Just some facts you should know. We have just over 760 students, where 21% of our students are multilingual learners. 15% of our students receive special education services. We have 2 EEC classrooms, 1 behavior unit. We have enough students that we have 2 Spanish DLI teachers, and then we are also an avid site of distinction. This past summer, we started our Avid Summer Bridge program for our incoming 6th graders. This is something that when I was an assistant principal at Jordan High School, that we did for our incoming 9th graders. So they had planned prior to me getting there to start this program. So I was really excited to have this opportunity to start this program, and we thought it was really successful. We had just over 60 students attend the summer program with us for Monday through Friday, the first week in June. We had them come from 8 until 11:30, where they had a schedule where they moved around classes. There was an English class, social studies, English, math, social studies, and then Avid. And we are an Avid school, so we thought it was really important to give an introduction to those students, what Avid was, and to get them interested. The teachers really thought this was really successful for them to be able to identify students that may struggle, or students that they need to keep an eye out for, or having those students have an opportunity to have another person in the building, or other students that they didn't go to elementary school, so they could come knowing more about middle school in Mount Jordan. I'm also excited to report that we're making good progress academically, especially on our student growth. Proficiency on the year-end rise from 21 to 22. We had our English language arts increased by 2%, our math increased by 1%, and our science score stayed the same. Our growth, though, in English, we grew 62%, in math, we grew 55%, and in science, we grew 63%. So we are really excited about those growth scores. Our English language learners made adequate progress, increased by 5.5% on their WIDA. Our theme this year at Mount Jordan is to believe in Mount Jordan, and we really feel like we have the people that we need to be successful, especially our teachers and other staff, that especially the teachers that we hired. We felt like we hired really well to help increase our student growth in academics. Some of our goals here at Mount Jordan are wanted to create a positive learning environment and help students feel safe to be at school, and also recognizing student growth. All of our stakeholders have been working hard to create a learning environment where students are thriving and consistently recognized for the amazing things that they are doing. For example, we have students who are recognized for being on time to class. We worked really hard with our PTSA this summer to figure out ways to better recognize students and to make them feel like they want to come to school. And so the PTSA is going to help us recognize students who are on their honor roll. Students are increasing their GPA, meeting their expected growth on the RI and MI, and then providing service opportunities for our students with the student PTSA club. We have an after-school program that we run 3 days a week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We have this after-school program to work towards increasing test scores on math. Making students feel more connected to school, giving them an opportunity to enrich and students and experiences at Mount Jordan, and them having the ability to spend more time at school. Some of the things that they do in after school programs. So the first half, they do some type of homework, study hall. And then the second half, if they done everything they're supposed to do in the study hall, they get to go play basketball. Another popular thing is Warhammer Alliance. It's a board tabletop game that kids really like, and I have no idea what it is, but they came and said, "Hey, let's do it." And I'm like, "Okay, if that's what you like." We have gardening, we have debate, we have soccer. We also have a really exceptional wellness team. We have school social workers, psychologists. We have 2 in-house therapists with Odyssey House, and now I can't think of the other. Yep, that's okay. Having worked at different schools and different communities, the PTSA and SEC at Mount Jordan are really exceptional resources for us. We are an avid school, and the past several years, we've had teachers and students in our avid program organize a Giving for Good. Last year, we filled 2 large crates with canned goods, and we were able to provide gifts for 33 of our kids. Through more exposure and the working with our community, we're hoping that we can increase those donations and the number of students that we can support this upcoming school year. As a school, we have been struggling with attendance. I think that's an overarching goal in all of our schools. And so we're working towards providing incentives for students to be in class on time and being in school in general. We are still a targeted school for improvement. Being a targeted school for improvement, we've been offered the opportunity to be in the second cohort of the Elevate grant through the Utah State Board of Education. Being a member of the Elevate team, we will create a team with our board member, our LEA, Cindy, my admin team, and a group of teachers, and students, and parents. And we'll work with consultants to identify what needs are going unmet to better serve our students. Cindy and I will provide more information about the USB Elevate grant at a later board meeting. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to come and speak with you today. I appreciate all things that you're doing to support the students at Mount Jordan Middle School. And as always, it's always great to be a Mountaineer.
Okay, thank you so much, Principal Durant. And it's great to hear about your growth, about those after-school programs, and also those recognitions you're doing to hopefully get students to attend school more. So thank you so much for all you do. Okay, the next item on our agenda is the Canyon Strong Student Recognitions, and this will be by Kirsten Stewart, Associate Director of Communications.
Thank you, President Schill, for this time to recognize the achievements of students in Canyon School District. So as a reminder, this week we'll be honoring students, and then next board meeting will pivot to honoring employees who help make Canyon strong. And then at the subsequent board meeting, we'll return to honoring students. Those honored tonight will be receiving a letter of commendation from the board and superintendent. Tonight, we are celebrating some student artists, the achievements of some artists. And if all the world's a stage, then the filmmakers and the vocalists that we'll be recognizing tonight are sure to lead applause-worthy lives. So our first honorees tonight are a group of Brighton High School students whose documentaries were aired by PBS Utah as part of their iconic Utah Film Festival. Now, this film festival features stories that celebrate Utah and the great things that make Utah unique and iconic. Christine Yee, who teaches journalism at Brighton High, as well as a class called The People of the Pacific, encouraged her students to submit films. Students pitched their ideas to this TV station's producers, and 3 of the 8 ideas were chosen for the film festival. Those films cover such topics as the history of Iosepa, which is an 1889 settlement in Skull Valley of Polynesian converts to the LDS Church, Brighton High's boys rugby team, and its embrace of Mana, a word that conveys power, spirit, and respect in oceanic cultures, and the sisterhood of Brighton's inclusive and positive body image promoting girls rugby team. These students shot the films and interviews and worked with PBS on the editing. Yee says it's important for students to see that their stories can be woven into our social fabric. The movies were aired on August 13th at an event held at Salt Lake Library, where Mrs. Yee and one of her students also participated in a panel discussion. So congratulations to student filmmakers, some of whom have actually graduated from Brighton High since, but some are still students there. Sione Ofa, Aleke Pale, Abinadai Bigelow, Gabe Bloomfield, Sofele Hansen, Eleni Nonu, Rachel Tupai, Makalete Bloomfield, Adrina Tavita, Lucas C., Kia Ikoa Barton, and Logan Barton. Our next honorees are members of the Hillcrest. I must be doing something wrong here. The Hillcrest High School's choir. Now, if you happen to catch the Foreigners concert, their farewell tour at the USANA Amphitheater this summer, you were treated to a pre-show sing-off featuring the a cappella stylings of Hillcrest's vocalists. The Huskies competed in a virtual audition sponsored by the Rock 103.5 radio station for the opportunity to share the stage with this renowned American rock band. Hillcrest choir and vocal ensemble advisor Renee Doglish says that Foreigner apparently really supports the arts and has done this at any of the cities that they've been touring to this year. So how's that for some real life stage experience? We think it's pretty amazing. So congratulations to the Huskies. Speaking of star-studded performances, we can't let this opportunity pass without thanking our principals, teachers, and family members for really going above and beyond on the first day of school to welcome our students. That the sun again has risen on another school year in Canyons. It's our 15th as a district, and per tradition, Canyon schools literally rolled out the red carpets to welcome students. They are the stars of our first day and every day in Canyon School District. We want to get a special shout out and thanks to Corner Canyon Principal Dina Kohler and Willow Springs Principal Ann Hansen. They volunteered to host local media at their schools on this day. We actually had a great showing. We had KUTV, KSL TV, KSL Radio, the Deseret News, EBC4 Utah, and Fox 13 all showed up to take part in those festivities. So big thanks also to Student Wellness Services Director Brian McGill, Transportation Director Jeremy Wardle, Facilities Director, Assistant Director and Risk Manager Ryan Jakeman, and the Charger Drill Team, football captains, and student body officers, all for waking very early in the morning to work with those to talk with press. They did a phenomenal job really explaining, the new measures that we have to keep our students safe, our schools safe, and how we're focusing on academics and supporting wellness. We also want to thank Leo the Lion, who some of our soccer players also from Real Salt Lake, who joined several of our schools to kind of give those high fives and fist bumps to our students for the start of another strong school year. And let's not forget Park Lane's snappy dresser, Justin Jeffrey, who for the occasion dressed like Sebastian the Crab from The Little Mermaid. What a soft shell he's turning out to be. We do back to school in Canyons District, I think really well. And we don't forget our newest students, of course. So the first day of kindergarten, is a day that brings a lot of emotion for everybody, for parents, for students, but it's always a joyous occasion for our schools. This year we had a special reason to celebrate because it's our first year offering free full day kindergarten at all of our schools. So that was a lot of fun. And I'm glad to see that our schools are carrying on that kindergarten college ready day tradition. It's never too early to start dreaming about the future, and that's what kindergarten college ready day is all about. So we had students coming up dressing as their future selves. They all received their little wristbands emblazoned with, believe it or not, the year 2036. They filled out coloring pages with their career imaginings and posed for photos, in their graduation regalia that they'll be able to pose years from now, right? When they actually graduate from school. So those are super fun. And if 2036 doesn't make the adults in this room feel their age, it's a great reminder, I think of the care and attention that goes into our students, and that's an investment in our future. We have indeed celebrated quite a bit this last week, and we have another major event on the books that we just wanted to remind everyone in the community about. Canyons Districts is hosting a ribbon cutting ceremony to celebrate the grand opening of the newly rebuilt Union Middle School. Yes, it's September 6th, starting promptly at 6 p.m. It's going to be a blast. Students, alumni, community members are invited to attend. The evening will actually double as the Bobcats back to school night. So it's a great night for parents to come and check out the building and find their teachers. And we'll be barbecuing hot dogs, serving treats and drinks, and it'll just be a great celebration for the much awaited completion of this beautiful school, which was made possible by voter approval of a bond in 2017. So thanks to the community for that. We're looking forward to another great school year, another year of achievement, innovation, customer service, and community engagement. So with that, President Schill, that's it for this week's recognitions. Turn time back to you.
Okay, thank you so much. We have now come to the patron comment portion of our meeting. The board often designates time in meetings to listen to patrons of the district. Patron comment time is limited to residents and taxpayers of Canyons districts, students and parents of students, and current employees of the district. Patrons may provide board members with written documents. These documents must be submitted to the board secretary at the meeting, and she's right over there, or emailed to the Office of Public Communications by noon of the day following the board meeting. Tonight, individuals will be given 3 minutes, and those representing groups will be given 5 minutes. Comments made during patron comment are part of the public record. It is the board's practice to listen and take notes during patron comments. The Board of Education does not discuss matters that are not on the meeting's agenda, nor engage in public comment on individual students to protect their privacy or employee issues. If a patron wants to comment on a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health, the board requests that those comments be submitted to the board in writing. However, if the patron determines to verbally comment on those personal issues, the comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory, or slanderous comments about an individual. The Board of Education would like to make it clear that critical race theory is not part of the curriculum being used by Canyon School District, and there are no plans to incorporate it into the curriculum or instruction in Canyon schools. The Board of Education values input on all sides of issues. To maintain decorum and respect, we ask that those in attendance refrain from applause or other types of demonstrations during the patron comment time, as well as throughout the meeting. Comments must be age appropriate, considering children who may be present or viewing online. Okay, thank you. So we will start. So I'm going to say 2 names, and so if you can both kind of come up here and be on deck for the second person. And please correct me if I say your names wrong. So Janine Cardenas and then Rachel de Azevedo. Okay. So Janine, if you can come up to the microphone, and then Rachel, come and sit up here. Thank you.
Hello, I am here to express my concerns about the conditions of 2 of our schools. Sorry, I'm super nervous. so I'm gonna breathe. Two of our local schools, Jordan and Eastmont Middle School. As a concerned community member and parent, I believe it's crucial to bring these issues to your attention in the hope of finding solutions that will improve the learning environments for our students. We have supported two school bonds, and now it is these schools' turn to get the much needed updates they deserve. Jordan, despite its dedicated staff and eager students, is currently facing multiple challenges. Firstly, the school is plagued by persistent plumbing issues causing disruptions and discomfort for students and staff. Additionally, it has come to my attention that the school is lacking things that other schools have. This includes a field house and a press box. Jordan isn't asking for a brand new school. They are asking for what other schools have. I urge the school board to consider allocating resources to address these pressing issues at Jordan. Turning to Eastmont, it is disheartening to learn that this school is grappling with its own set of challenges. The almost non-functional elevator poses a significant barrier for students with disabilities, as well as a teacher who is unable to use the stairs, making it difficult for them to access all areas of the school. Furthermore, recurrent plumbing problems and the frequent breakdown of the air conditioning system are affecting the overall learning experience. Students and educators deserve an environment that is conducive to learning and safe for everybody. I kindly request that the school board take immediate action to address these issues at both Jordan and at Eastmont. Our students' well-being and education should be a top priority. And this is essential that these schools are provided with the necessary resources and repairs to create a conducive and safe learning environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll have Rachel and then Krista Pippin will be on deck.
All right, we're talking about the same stuff, so I'll try not to be too repetitive. I have a son at CTEC. I have a son at Jordan. I have a daughter at Eastmont. I have a daughter at Willow Canyon. So you can imagine this is pretty relevant to me and what I've been watching my kids go through. I appreciated the comments that the board had at our last meeting. I watched it online and I was a little angry until Mont actually pointed out that we shouldn't regret what we've done in the past. And I think, seeing Union up behind you guys, we have some really amazing schools in this district. And regardless of whether Jordan and my feeder schools were part of that in the past, I think it's something to be proud of. And I totally agreed with your comment. You swayed me so I appreciated the perspectives that you guys all had. It's not a black and white issue, and it's a difficult one. I'm just here to express, my love and gratefulness for CTEC and what it provides for, my son who's way into 3D animation and doesn't really fit into the box of school real nicely, and what it provides for students who are coming up. I think it's a great program. I don't know what they need, but I'm just here to tell you, I think that they're amazing and they do great things. Jordan, you already know the problems and you talked about them. They're a fantastic school, fantastic administrators and teachers who communicate well with me as a parent. And then Eastmont, we could talk about this all night, and they've had the problems that they've had for the last 2, 3, 10, I don't even know how many years. It's a great school, and I think they would really benefit from a complete overhaul, and whatever that looks like and however creative you have to be with that. I don't even know what your budgets look like and what that I would vote for another bond if it were to come up to help that school. It's a big one, maybe a different size, maybe a CTEC, different programs to help it, kind of step into a new age of education. But regardless, it's a fantastic school, fantastic teachers, who my kids have loved and who are currently loving. Your debate teachers at that school are just phenomenal. So I hope as you kind of go at this long-term planning and looking at these budgets that you'll consider just what great communities these schools provide for our students and our parents and our educators and our administrators. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have Krista Pippin and then Sarah Lee will be on deck after her.
Hi, thank you, President Schill, members of the board, and Dr. Robbins and Leon for giving us this opportunity to address the board. I'm Krista Pippin. I am the president of CEA, which is Canyons Education Association. And I'm also a sixth grade social studies teacher at Draper Park Middle School, and I sit on our district DAC committee. CEA represents the licensed educators in our district, so we have that voice. And there are CEA members on our district committees and including a voice on the school advisory committee. So we have one member on each one of those school advisory committees and then on the district advisory committee as well. In addition, CEA has a building leader from each school in our district, including our specialty schools. And we meet monthly with these building leaders and we discuss the concerns and the student successes and celebrations that are happening in our schools. We get to share those with Dr. Robbins and Leon, and we work together to find solutions for the concerns that come up. I'm excited to introduce some of our great teacher leaders and members of CEA's executive board tonight. I'm going to let them introduce themselves.
I'm not going to waste your time here. I'm Mindy Timothy, and I represent the middle schools on the executive board. And I'm looking at you, and I'm so grateful that I got to know some of you. I know I've taught some of your grandkids. I've taught some of your kids, and I've been in this district for a long time. And I love this district. So it's cool to be able to represent not just the teachers on the executive board, but also the kids in the middle school, because that's where I've been this whole 19 years. And I'm grateful that I can make a voice. I'm on the insurance committee and learned so much and got to work with some people on that too. And it's been great. So that's me. And I'm excited to work with you still as we continue forward.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Allen. I am so grateful to talk to you guys tonight. I have been in Canyons District now for 9 years, and this is my first year actually transitioning into sixth grade science middle school. So I taught third grade for the past 12 years. So it's going to be a big change, but it's been great. Albion Middle is amazing. I represent our elementary level along with my friend behind me. I've worked on their negotiations committee for the past 2 years to help make sure that everything is working smoothly for our teachers. I've also been a part of our elementary task force. This has been kind of a big issue. I worked with ISD and school performance. We know that our goal at CEA is to make it a more equitable experience for our elementary teachers in comparison to our secondary teachers. And we keep hearing over and over that they are just overworked. So we're excited to see committed to find solutions that are not just benefiting our educators, but Canyons and our students. I'm really grateful to be here. Thank you so much for letting us be an honest voice who represent your educators. And please let us know if there's anything we can do to help you.
I'm Sam Maddy and I represent elementary teachers. I am recently accepted a position as an early leadership institute where I'm going to help young teachers and hopefully encourage them to stay in education. I'm a fifth grade teacher at Quail Hollow and I love being involved in the community. I started one of the largest Girls on the Run programs in the state 2 years ago, and then I coached local youth lacrosse as well. Right. Thank you, everyone. I'm Julie Bean. I am an ACC teacher at Jordan High School. I so appreciate parents here advocating for the needed improvements at our school. So thank you for that. I am a special programs representative on CEA board, and I'm also involved heavily with the PAC for both UEA and CEA. And we like to make sure that we are up on the hill representing our teachers and Canyons district to advocate for what we need and build those relationships with our elected officials up in that area who have a lot of control for our lives. And so this is my 10th year teaching. So loved working in Canyons. So, thank you.
Good evening, President Shield and board. Thank you for the time to speak with you this evening. My name is Kathy Smith, and I am a 9th year educator in Canyons District. 8 of those years have been in 5th grade. I'm currently in a 1-year position in 1st grade, going back to 5th next year. Just to be clear. I would be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to ISD for an amazing new teacher orientation week. that helped get me prepared to make that big transition from fifth grade to first grade. Was extremely helpful in focusing me on the important things that needed to be prepared for. My role in CEA is currently serving as vice president after 5 years on the executive board. I am also beginning my second 3-year term as a UEA board director representing Canyons and Jordan Education Association. In that role, I've had the opportunity to hear issues from around the state, and I'm always thankful for the wonderful working relationship that CEA has with Canyons District leadership. Thank you so much for your time.
And then just letting you know, we are leaving our board of directors information for you. And then also our association building leader, schedule at the bottom. We'd love you to come to any of our meetings. And if you want to have time to talk, just let us know. We'll put you on the agenda. Okay, thank you so much. The next person is Sarah Lee and then Erin Pond.
Hello, my name is Sarah Lee, and I'm the library instructional technician at Sprucewood Elementary. This is my 6th year in this job, and while it may sound trite, I feel like I've found what I was always meant to do. I am fortunate to have excellent mentors and people like Gretchen Zaitzeff, who provide meaningful professional development opportunities and help me to learn and adopt best practices. I want our school library to be the best it can be to serve our student and teacher patrons. Before last year, my collection was in very poor shape. We were the worst in the district. And while I didn't feel responsible for it getting that way, once I was aware of it, I felt responsible for correcting it. I had extra hours and extra hands last winter to help start the process of updating our library. But it was cost prohibitive. Imagine my delight when Kenneth Sorensen made us aware that you, the school board, had allocated a significant amount of money towards updating all our elementary libraries. I didn't know at the time just how that would affect me, but I do now. I am here to offer you my heartfelt thanks for the investment you have made in our students and school. Last month, I got to be there as 4,500 new books were loaded onto our library shelves in a way that will make it easier for my students to find books to read. In the current socio-political climate, it would have been very easy for you as a board to look the other direction when presented with the statistics of our libraries. But you led with courage, both financially and philosophically. You understood how much our students need the mirrors and windows that books offer. A verbal thank you seems inadequate, but I offer it in all sincerity. I wish you could have seen my students' faces this last week as they got a first look at our new collection. One of my English language learners was able to haltingly ask if we'd received more books in Spanish, and she beamed when I answered in the affirmative. One boy who is passionate about video games was disappointed to learn that his favorite gaming book was gone. But I was able to show him all the new options in gaming books, and he was delighted. These are just 2 examples of the sweet moments and exchanges that I imagine will continue to happen as my students and I learn our new collection. Connecting with kids through stories is my favorite. There is undoubtedly a particular kind of magic in a school library, and I would extend an invitation to each of you to stop by and laugh with us as I read that my head is made of blueberry pizza, or worry with us if Arfie the dog will find a new home, or groan loudly with us when Cassandra chooses to ask the Iceman Mike Smith to the Sadie Hawkins dance and not Wiley or Jeff, or shriek in shock with us as we realize that Fudge did indeed eat Peter's turtle dribble. Our library door is always open to anyone who wants to share in a story. With deepest gratitude, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll have Erin Pond and then Betty Shaw.
My name is Dr. Aaron Pond. I have, on one level, I have 4 children in the Canyon School District. Well, 3 now. My oldest just graduated from Corner Canyon, and he's now on a national merit scholarship full ride at BYU. At a very personal level, thank you for the incredible education that you offer my children. When we moved into the Canyon School District, there was one organization we had no idea even existed. It was the Canyons Transition Academy. And I'm actually here specifically in support of them. My current job is I'm the director of the Salt Lake Valley Institute program, which provides religious education for students with disabilities or exceptionalities. Students that would otherwise not have that opportunity because they're not going to a major neurotypical university. The world, to a great degree, forgets students with challenges. Thank you for not forgetting them. I am here in support of the amazing Canyons Transition Academy group. Nate Edvelson and Linda Hall's leadership has been exceptional and visionary. And I know that you're looking at the potential for moving Canyons Transition Academy into a different location. For lack of a metaphor, it sounds like they're moving out of their parents' basement in order to be able to find a new place to be where they can grow and thrive. The Institute program is a complete support of this. Whatever location is chosen, we're actually actively looking at possibilities to provide continued support for Institute, whether it be at Crescent View, whether it be at Jordan, whatever it is, we are fully supportive of whatever move you make in order to be able to help Canyons Transition Academy grow under the incredible leadership that it currently has. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll have Betty Shaw next, and then Amy Roosevelt will be on deck.
Hi, thank you for having me here tonight. I have been here for a while, so I feel like I'm coming back home. I too am involved with Canyons Transition Academy through the PTSA. I actually was involved with starting it a few years ago when Nate Edvelson was in charge of the school, whatever his position was, I don't know. But I love him. I love Linda. They love those children without a doubt and do so much for them. I was kind of shocked when I realized where the school was. I'm going, hey, who goes to school in a basement? This is isn't there someplace else we can put these guys? And didn't really voice that too much because I didn't want to make people, feel bad about, but that was voiced to me. So I hear I'm in support of getting the kids out of their basement. They do have special needs. Traversing the long walk back and forth or down the stairs can be challenging. It's challenging trying to get PTSA goodies into them and to the teachers because you got to navigate that whole thing. I think that it would do a lot for those children to have a regular type building to go into. So I am here to support what can be done as soon as possible for these students to have a regular school to go into a front door rather than this basement thing that you have to walk into. Again, I can't say enough about the school. The environment is so welcoming. They support those students so much and they do so much good. I see growth, even though I don't see the students very often. When I do, I see the growth in what they've been able to do. So I'd like to see them be able to do even more by having a better edifice to learn in. So thank you very much. I also want to say, I've been around for a long time and Eastmont and Jordan have had these problems for a long time. Even though Jordan's relatively new, my oldest son went to the old Jordan that had its own share of problems, but that's why they built the new one. But I will say that the plumbing has always had issues. So I hope we can get that fixed too. But thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now Amy Roosevelt.
Hi. I'm here just to comment on the new policy that's being proposed that you guys will be voting on tonight with regards to extracurricular activities and student participation. I believe the reason we're actually holding this meeting is because my son was sexually harassed while at Brighton High School during the basketball season on campus. There are holes in this policy. It is not complete and it has not been thoroughly evaluated. I don't think. For one, I love that you outline behaviors you don't allow, but it's not clear or concise as to how you're going to address those behaviors specifically. The creation of the EART makes sense. It does not make sense that parents are not included in that discussion. Also, it isn't clear that you could exclude persons who might have conflicts of interest on that EART. There's really no accountability within this document to parents of victims or to the victims themselves. So if you could share results of investigations with parents so that they feel like something's actually being done, that would be amazing. How long does this EART have to investigate? There's no timeframes, there's no anything. In fact, I'm here at this meeting and I received a phone call from the police department over 5 months ago. This is a really long time for a victim to not hear anything, right? So let's put a little bit of a time frame on that. Also, past behaviors may be made aware to this board. I think you should address something about past behaviors. I think it should be more clear about specific repercussions for offenders, and there should be relief for victims during the EART's investigation. So for instance, my son was forced to leave the school he was at because he would have continued to attend school with the perpetrators, which I think seems unfair. So there should be a clear immediate action taken while you're doing an investigation. Also, I just think there's a lot of holes. I think this needs to be, I don't think you can approve it tonight. I think you should probably seek further input from maybe other victims' parents too, just because I think we have a unique perspective on what we've had to deal with on this side of the table. And that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. And so I will ask for a motion and please read the items individually.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda, approval of minutes for August 15th, 2023, approval of hire and termination reports, approval of purchasing bids, approval of student overnight travel, and approval of administrative appointments.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. So I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, the next item on the agenda is new business. And our first item is the strategic plan focus group report, high quality learning. And that will be presented by Dr. Amber Roderick-Landward, Director of ISD.
Good evening, board. No, somebody left this. It's not ours. Okay. Just. Well, I am happy to be here tonight, and I am very honored to be part of the High Quality Learning Committee, and this year having the opportunity to facilitate that committee and the important work that we have to do. So it was our first meeting of the school year. We've been anxious to get going. And no, that's okay. So while Julie's getting that up, I wanted to just take a minute to refresh everybody's memory about the high quality learning section of the strategic plan, because if you haven't looked at it lately, it is the real meatiest part of the strategic plan. As we reviewed as a committee, there are 4 specific impact statements in that section, 6 strategic initiatives, and 16 success criteria. So I distinctly remember every time I look at this section, when we were building the strategic plan, Nancy saying at the time, remember, this is aspirational. We're really going for the moon here and what we want to accomplish. And we certainly did accomplish some aspirational ideas with the high quality learning, because we had a lot of thoughts about how we could continue to improve as a district. So as we met last week, we reviewed just kind of the entirety of it. And one of the things that I mentioned to the committee that we discussed is that
all of those impact statements, all of those initiatives, and each of those success criteria impact the same individuals or the same players, so to speak, in terms of implementation. And that is every single one of our teachers. And so I think we, as a committee, felt the weight and responsibility of really organizing all of this work very thoughtfully and planfully so that we can be strategic about how we implement each of those big ideas to be able to support teachers in the process and be considerate about everybody's time in the process. So we spent a lot of time together, and we probably could have gone on for another 2 hours with all of our ideas. So I'm going to just recap the gist of our discussion. A lot of our conversation was spent talking about all of these aspirations and some of the long-term systems project and the key deliverables. As you look at all of those strategic initiatives and success criteria, there's a lot of overlap between the ideas. And so in synthesizing those ideas, we identified 6 key projects that really represent a lot of the work within those strategic initiatives and success criteria. And the goal was to identify also some key deliverables so that we can start really tracking, monitoring, and getting the work done, so to speak, that needs to happen in terms of building those systems over the next handful of years. So you can see here there are 6 kind of macro or big systems projects that we'll be working on to be able to carry out the intent of the strategic plan. That includes the Portrait of a Canyon Scholar, which we've already started some work there. And you can see underneath in those sub-bullets some of the key deliverables that we'll be working on sketching out. So that would include identifying the skill progressions within the Portrait of a Canyon Scholar, how we integrate those into content standards, and what that might mean for the differentiated diploma. Personalized competency-based learning is another one of those big systems project with a lot of work that we have to do to make that happen for our students and for our teachers. First, we need to identify the framework. So that would be one of those key deliverables, what that means in terms of how we as a district are going to define mastery learning and the principles and practices behind that, which of course leads to, again, then assessing mastery. So those targets and practices related to assessment, grading practices, what that might mean for policy implications, and then our learner pathways to support our students who are on target and need additional extensions, as well as those who might be below. So some key tie-ins here to our district framework that is already in implementation. STEM opportunities and integration, arts opportunities integration. You can see there we've got some work to do with really solidifying our district's philosophy and vision, the integration model, connections to elementary brain boosters, and identified by a number of you is key interest in really identifying and prioritizing a robotics pathway. Personalized professional learning is another one of those systems projects. This is learning for all of the educators and employees in our district, and really wanting to identify some opportunities for them to access professional learning in multiple ways. So we've identified a framework and some key deliverables there regarding micro-credentials and competency-based professional learning, targeted learning that is role-specific, and searchable knowledge base for on-the-spot information and easy access professional learning that's more question-answer based in terms of what the teachers need in any given moment. And then, of course, the big systems project that we've been talking about over the last year is, of course, professional learning communities. And you can see some of the key deliverables that we still have left there. So this was just a start of the conversation. And we agreed in our next meeting that we're going to come back to this and look at where we want to prioritize starting points and overall timelines for each of these projects. And in this conversation, we realized there's a lot of work and a lot of this is going to take a lot of time. And so we also really felt strongly as a committee that there are a lot of short-term things that we want to focus on. We kept calling them low-hanging fruit and easy wins related to those bigger projects that we are all anxious to also have some action and movement on. So we started just a really quick initial brainstorm, and at our next meeting, we're going to be coming back and finalizing these short-term projects and our priorities and building a timeline. So you can see just a couple of examples that we talked about, highlighting current instructional innovations so that
we can not only share with all of the people in this room, but have an avenue for teachers to hear about the instructional innovations that are happening, maybe even in their building that they might not be aware of. And then, of course, in the district as a whole, so that they can see each other doing some of the innovations that we've highlighted and want to make a little bit more common, as stated in the strategic plan. We also talked as a committee really briefly, right as we were packing up, that we all have a real desire to get in the schools a lot more and really notice and acknowledge and get excited about what's already happening in the schools and where we can replicate and continue to reinforce and support, again, the practices that we want to continue to build as outlined in the strategic plan. And then all of this led to, we know that whatever we identify in terms of the short-term projects, but also those bigger long-term systems project, continuing to examine what it is we're going to consider on the teachers' plates that we can actually remove to make these things more doable in terms of the teachers' roles and responsibilities. So those are some of the long-term and short-term ideas that were brought to the table. We will continue to meet every month and further flesh out these timelines. And then we've got 2 actual updates from work that we started last year that I wanted to bring up as well. But before I do that, I just want to pause for my committee members to jump in if I've forgotten anything before we talk about other progress.
Okay, are there any comments or questions? Mrs. Nybar.
I think you've done a very comprehensive and complete job. So, and I think you're about to talk about the other thing, what we talked about, the visits. Okay, we're good.
Okay. So 2 other things that I wanted to bring to your attention that we started in our committee last year and then just further refined and discussed a bit when was that? Thursday. So first, we wanted to bring you, I believe that Dr. Dowdle mentioned in one of his updates last year that as a committee, we started the process of considering revisions to the differentiated diploma. That was something that was brought up actually during the development of the strategic plan as something that needed to be a high priority for this, high quality learning committee. And so Dr. Dowdle led a group of educators last year that included high school principals, high school counselors, CTE, ISD. I'm sure I'm forgetting some folks, but some incredible minds came to the table to really evaluate if our current differentiated diploma was in fact aligned with the rigors required for career in college, and also to examine some of the potential changes that are happening with both admissions, but also the opportunity scholarship that a lot of our students apply for. So what you see here are the recommendations of that committee brought through the High Quality Learning Committee, who also had their eyes on this. And that is really poor alignment. I just noticed that. I apologize. I knew you noticed. So what you see in these 3 columns are our recommendations for changes. So what has been crossed out are things that were previously required as part of that differentiated diploma. And then you'll see some additions. So there were not any, obviously, changes to the standard diploma. So in the advanced diploma, we have adjusted the requirements for the additional course and credits to include an additional full year credit of math or a full year credit of science or completion of the CTE pathway concentrator, which is typically, or which is 1.5 credits. So this is different than a completer. We also eliminated the world language requirement because that's no longer as much of a requirement at our universities and colleges anymore. And then we increased the minimum GPA from a 2.0 to a 3.0. We added the attendance requirement. So students interested in earning this particular diploma would need to have an average across their 4 years in high school of 90% attendance rate. And then we added that they participate in the ACT or SAT, but not necessarily have benchmarks there. For the honors, you can see that they would also have the standard diploma requirements, but those changes or differences
would be that there would be an additional math credit of a full year or course of a full year. And all science courses must be lab-based or an advanced science, so concurrent or AP. And they have a CTE pathway concentrator or a world language. So the first two are a requirement. You see the and there, and then the last one, it's CTE or world language. The GPA, we also increased to 3.5. We had the attendance requirement that we added to be 95% of an average attendance rate across all 4 years. And then we eliminated the benchmark requirement in favor of just participation of the ACT and SAT participation. Questions about the differentiated diploma revisions?
Okay, Mrs. Teeny.
Thank you so much for the report. This is really interesting. So just a couple of questions. I know what we currently have right now is something that a previous board adopted. So I just procedurally, I would like to just ask, is this a recommendation coming forward and board action expected at some point after some feedback and discussion? Or is this,
I would say,
I mean, where are we at procedurally
yes,
on
this is our proposal, and then if the board likes it, we will bring it back.
Get back
Yes.
in another meeting for discussion. Okay. Yeah, that sounds great. And I did have a question about the science courses for the honors diploma. It says all science courses must be lab-based or advanced science. So can you give some examples of what the course options are for that one? I'm just kind of curious.
I can bring you back a full list. There would be quite a number because of the number of advanced courses that we have. But the lab-based sciences would be your biology, your physics, and chemistry would be some of those lab-based. And we only require that they have two, Tom, they have two lab-based that they have to take in the standard, correct? Yes. So there's only two required for the standard diploma. So this would be adding the additional.
Thank you. I should have clarified. You can answer it when it comes back.
Oh,
too,
okay.
so
Even better.
you can get
Thanks,
more detail.
Nancy.
Sorry. Thank you, though. That was great.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Mr. Edel.
So going back just a little bit, with the long-term system project and key deliverables. So I understand you don't have a timeline.
That is our next task.
But in your opinion, what do you think would be a timeline to achieve some of these, especially competency-based learning?
In its whole,
Implemented in the district.
all aspects of competency-based learning.
You tell me.
That'll be in my next board update. It's going there. There are a number of things that we have in place that are going to support us getting there, but implementing, and Dr. Robbins can certainly speak to this, having lived through it in his former district, implementing a competency-based learning model K-12 is going to be one of, I think, the biggest undertakings of the strategic plan. So you picked, of course, the most complicated and most extensive one, but I mean, it's going to take us a handful of years, wouldn't you say? Yeah.
And so then I would ask, and I don't expect an answer on this one.
Thank you.
What can we do to help speed that process and make it smooth? I know, speaking just for myself, I'd love to see this implemented sooner rather than my kids' kids getting competency-based learning. I'd love to see the kids of today be able to experience that. That's all I have.
I think that they'll be able to experience quite a few components of it. One of the things that I think will be very helpful is we're going to have some recommendations coming up in a couple of months from the elementary planning committee, planning time task force. And I think that that's going to be a big part of our ability to implement a lot of these initiatives.
Okay, Mr. Millerberg, then Mrs. Pedersen.
Amber, I'm going back to the screen you have up now.
Oh, this one. Okay.
Somebody heard me say back and hit it, but I'm going to do a little bit of talking out of both sides of my mouth.
Great.
Okay. That way I can't be held accountable for what I say. I'm looking at the advanced diploma. And I want to first say thank you for putting attendance in there as a requirement, because we are having such a problem district-wide with attendance.
Yeah.
And so thank you for putting that 90% in there. That makes a big difference. I'm a little bit saddened to see world language go away, but I see it come back on the honor side. So that makes me feel better. And now for the other side of my mouth. As I move to the honors diploma, if a student has the ability to do all those extra requirements and maintain a 3.5 grade point average, do they really need to be there? Do they really need to lose that opportunity if they're at 90% instead of 95?
I think that's something we can definitely take back. In fact, a couple of us from the original committee that Dr. Dowdle put together met and we talked about the same thing. And the original differentiation of diploma was a progression. So you can see the increase in requirements across each level. And so that was part of where we landed in the end with that decision making. And again, the amount of time required.
I'm not saying drop it to 90. I'm asking a question if it's necessary to be at 95. And now back to the other side of my map. I looked at a 10% absentee rate, and that's 18 days.
That's exactly what we said.
And that's a lot of days to be out.
Right.
And yet I also remember, even though it's been a long time ago since I was in high school, it's real easy to come up with 9 days during the school year that it snowed overnight and the skies are blue.
That powderitis is real.
And so, that's why I'm kind of waffling a little bit, because the 5% would equate to about 9 days.
Yeah.
And I can see a student functioning at a very, very high level and still missing 9 days.
True.
So that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah,
And you don't have to report back to me at the next.
Some good food for thought. Thank you.
Mrs. Pedersen.
Going to the short-term project slide. I'm always interested as a former educator, evaluating what can be taken off teachers' plates. That's pretty ambiguous, and it's always been our goal. What specifics? She's going to have none.
We
come back.
We
later and
didn't
talk
get
to-
there, so that
But
will
I
be,
mean,
you'll notice the next
How are we
steps.
going to rank that, and how soon can we start even pulling one thing, like, do we have a certain amount that we need to have off each time? I realize it depends on what we're actually doing, but we talk the talk, but it's really hard to walk the walk. And so more than evaluating, I think we need to also prioritize before we start adding new things. What can we consolidate or take off before that happens? Because I really think that would help, especially, well, all our educators, but elementary teachers particularly, that they just keep drowning. You're going, great, now we've got this more stuff to do. And it sounds like more stuff to do, but 99% of the time we can integrate it.
Correct.
But it still sounds like a lot. So if we can actually say, well, now you don't have to do this, this, or this, and this is going to be able to be integrated into this, I think that that would be really productive. So I guess I'm saying that could the committee have a goal of finding a certain number of items that we could identify as possible removals? I mean, make brainstorm, not just evaluate, but as you're evaluating, maybe you could prioritize some of those so that we could get them in moving. It's kind of along like Mr. Adel, where we can get more done sooner. So that's just kind of a little request to add to your evaluation.
A great suggestion.
Don't ask me that. I know that's hard, but I think that would make a big difference because, there's only so much money that can go around, but if we can actually make the time that we're with our students the most productive possible so that they get the education that they need and teachers aren't bogged down in all the administrative stuff. If everything we do is for the kids, that would be awesome. So
I
know,
think the
you
committee
understand.
agrees. Yes, we are on the same page, and that is exactly, I believe, our goal.
Thank you.
Any other questions about the differentiated diploma? Mrs. Nyborn?
I just wanted to point out the fact that our committee did talk about the changes that we will make will be actually at the high school first, because the elementary school has had so many changes and letters and all of those things. So someone else gets a turn for the new things added to the list instead of the elementary. So that will help you with that as well.
You can pilot it out, although
Pilot it at the higher level,
I think
higher
that's-
building level.
I think that sounds really great, but do realize that they're two different animals. So what will work at a secondary level may not transfer
Absolutely,
at all.
absolutely. But we're
to
going to
the-
give elementary a little break for
Thank you.
a bit.
For all elementary teachers out there. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Mrs. Oaks.
I will say we had a little bit of a conversation about the ACT. And Dr. Robbins shared something that I've been thinking about since, and I had a chance to talk it over with him again today about the idea of requiring our students for one of those diplomas in participating in the writing portion of the ACT. I think there's a lot of wisdom to that. Of all of the subjects that are the most difficult to teach, by far writing is the number one in my opinion. And yet it's the greatest indicator of whether or not a student has gained the capacity to critically think and organize their ideas. I, for one, as a board member, would love to see data coming from our high school juniors about how well they're performing on that and where we need to improve. And it is, by the way, something that you cannot cheat with artificial intelligence on, right? So, I think for the students to have the goal, like, you're actually going to be tested and we're going to be able to see where you're at. And that's a big indicator of how well you're going to do at a university level, I think is worthwhile and important. I don't know what my other board members feel about that, but that's one thought I had. And to Andrew's question that he asked about how fast do we do competency-based education, Rick shared some ideas with me today in passing that I would love for you to share with the rest of the board. I think it would be worthwhile to hear your ideas on that.
So thank you, Amanda, and thank you, Andrew, for that comment. I think to Amber's point, this is a very heavy lift. It's a shift philosophically, I think at a grassroots level, right? You're talking about shifting from traditional way of grading, a traditional way of looking at student work, really to a position of mastery of skills, right? And so it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to take away from traditional grades, but it's a way of thinking about what do our students really walk away with when they leave our district, and being college and career ready, what does that mean? And so to that point, really getting at the root at what does a letter grade actually mean, right? How do we determine that outcome, and how do we measure that in our classrooms? The purist mindset around mastery would suggest that looks more like proficiency, right? And some of our schools are more advanced in that discussion and what that might look like than others. And so the thing that I mentioned to Amanda that we might think about, one way would be to invite a cohort of schools that may want to participate in this out of the chute. To look at that and to start to studying that as soon as, maybe this winter or coming up in second semester. But that requires an overhaul in thinking about, what that actually means. So instead of, for example, one of the kind of the pivot points that is controversial in this topic is looking at reporting, right? So when you start talking about grades being based on tasks or completing assignments or even attendance or those things that add up to a grade along with assessments or tests, it's really separating that out and being more focused on performance and on assessment than it is on task orientation, right? So evidence of learning or for learning would be more on the assessment side, heavily weighted that way versus how many assignments you turned in or how many extra credit projects you did. That in itself, in that essence, in that discussion can be difficult for a lot of teachers. I get that. I've seen that, right? But I think thinking about the future and thinking about some of the things that we're talking about, this piece is very fundamental to that, right? If we're really thinking about how we meet the needs of all students, sometimes rethinking or repurposing that is a change, and it's kind of moving people's cheese that way. But in the end, I think we all have agreement that we want our students better prepared for their future. And that's really centered on the skills that they have, right? So I think starting out, going back to high quality learning, we can have some of those discussions and how we want to really launch this off the ground. It feels like to me there's enough momentum that it's time to start really moving that needle. I think to your point, Amber's made this point, our middle schools and our elementaries have been more standards based for many years, probably more than our high schools. But if you really think about, best practice and design theory, right, you would apply backward design model to this concept. And that kind of, to me, that aligns with our strategic vision, right? Thinking about those dispositions and competencies and things that we're seeking in our students as they leave high school, backward mapping that from what we want for our high school students as they leave the district, and then mapping that all the way back to kindergarten and preschool would be probably the best way to do that. And that kind of aligns with your comments, Holly, and how we might do this. I probably would recommend against full district implementation all at once. It takes a lot of time to really get not just our educators and our students and all of us in the field around that, but when you think about this conversation with parents, there's not very many parents that came through an education system where, the way that growth in a classroom was measured was around a proficiency scale, like a 1 through 5, right? It was always measured just in a traditional grade, A, B, C, D, F. So that's a very different conversation. It can still translate over into traditional grades, but that conversation is much different about a student's progress. That also, when you think about mastery, that also would invite the conversation around multiple assessments and demonstrating mastery on a spectrum, not so much on a real strict timeline, right? And so that also has all kinds of controversy around deadlines and what that looks like. Are things time bound, or what is not time bound, right? So it is a big lift, and I'm just giving you a taste of some of the issues. I don't know if there's other things you want to touch on, Amber, but these are just a few points that I think in high quality learning, maybe, my thought would be is that we invite a cohort of schools or teachers that maybe already have some background in this and are interested, that we want to start looking at that. I think some of our high schools are further along than others. And so, maybe it's a cohort to start initially to have these conversations. There's a lot of front loading to be done prior, I think, but it's a few years to get us where we want to be as a district, but that might be a place to start.
And I would even say that we have started. One of the reasons we felt so passionate about having the conversation early on about professional learning communities, particularly having the common early out time K-12, was to start these conversations. Because if teachers don't have the opportunity to collaborate and identify those prioritized standards and painting done in terms of what it means to be successful in those standards, then we can't get to any of the places that Dr. Robbins just mentioned. And so technically we have started, because that's a really big structural and system component that will make PCBL successful. So we will get there. And the Mastery Connect implementation, our early adopters for really looking at that system to be able to identify a student's level of mastery. I think they're going to be a really great group. Our teachers who have already jumped in and started that process, they could be some of our first adopters for going to the next level.
I really think, Mastery Connect and really having an internal assessment system that we can utilize in our PLCs that's huge. That's a big key to, I think, getting our teachers initiated into that, process. So, and I think too, I mentioned to Amanda today, I think it's important. There's a lot out there that you can read about, competency and mastery models. And it's not a one size fits all, right? Like, I think we really need to be thoughtful about what fits Canyons. It's more of a yes and conversation because, there are components and elements in Canyons that going years back that are very foundational to the success of the district. And I think those are all in play as well. This isn't fixing a broke system, right? We're talking about value add, right? What can be added value to our students' experience, and thinking about the economy and the market and the competition that our students face. I think being more centered on skills and mastery, even if that's the start of the conversation, right, then we're giving our students an advantage as they enter the workforce and college. And I think we want to make that meaningful, right? And I think, I think I've said this before, Sir Ken Robinson, who's since passed away, one of his things when he was talking about, he's a big proponent of creativity and mastery and students' experiences. He said sometimes, and he wasn't trying to indict us, right? But he said, if we're preparing our students to be college professors, we got that down, but are we really preparing our students to compete in the workforce and the world that they're inheriting, right? And so even just starting with those kinds of conversations about how does that relate in the classroom. I love the fact in high quality learning, one of the things that we're constantly talking about is really engaged classrooms, right? And I mentioned to Amanda today, I think I just have a different feel for this year. It's just anecdotal, but the last 3 years with the pandemic and a lot of the kind of the dark cloud constantly over our head, it feels a little different this year. There's a lot more positivity and energy that at least I sense, which is awesome. But we also have things like declining enrollment and, least us forget that we have budget contraction. I mean, there's a lot of things to the equation, right? As we kind of enter in this new phase of innovation in the district. So anyway.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back to the diplomas. So board, are you okay if we bring this back? I mean, we can discuss some of your suggestions, and I do want to let you know that our committee spent several meetings talking about this already, right? To get us to agree to this point, but we will discuss it one more time and then maybe bring it back as first reading if that's okay. And we will not implement this for how many years? I mean, we have to let students know. We can't just do it this year, right? So
we can bring those timelines back for the next time it's on the agenda.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Amber.
And then finally, our committee spent some time talking about student achievement indicators and goals as part of the overall support for the strategic plan in terms of monitoring student outcomes. And I'm turning the time over to Dr. Robbins for this part.
Thank you, Amber, on that. So just first off, really appreciate Amber and her team working on this. If you recall, a previous board meeting, we recommended that our ISD team take this back and look at our previous performance, what's reliable going forward. I think considering where the state is at in the assessment system and how they're determining cut scores and going forward, that it's probably not best practice at this point to really compare data before the pandemic. But looking, yes, it's there for historical reference, but when we're setting goals, really looking from 2020 or 2021 and beyond. So looking at that, and I'll talk to the other tenants. We don't have those up there, but maybe just to address those. So you can see some of the goals there that we would recommend that the board set. I think too, I just want to point out, we've talked about this already, but just the importance of measuring return on investment, right? And we're actually, believe it or not, one of the few districts that actually does this. And that's been a real commendation at lots of different levels at the legislature. State auditor has commented on this before, but that's a real tribute to the board and the district over the years that you have had a focus on indicators of success, and I hear Mont talk about that a lot. Like, how do we know if we've been successful or not if we don't have anything to really measure against in making decisions in the district? So in the achievement tenet there, you can see most of these are aligned there. In the early learning plan goals, a couple of these, as you know, are set by the state. They're goals in typical progress in reading and math. So those would be set there by the state. And then we set goals around a 2% increase in kindergarten literacy, as well as a 4% in math in first grade, and then a 20% goal in reading. I think Amber talked about these in our August meeting that's required by a statute to report on. So you can see that. And then I don't want to spend a lot of time there. You can see we're recommending a 1 to 3% target in each of those areas in RISE. And you can also see that we've suggested a mid-year progress report. Now, remember, traditionally, we have made December as the month that we've reported on annually on these goals. So we can still do that. Obviously, that's up to the board's purview about, when you want these reports done. And that will lead into the other conversation that I'll share with our focus area committees that will continually have a cycle that they will report to. So there'll be a really kind of a snapshot or an annual report to the board, as well as these ongoing supplemental reports that feed into these annual goals. Just a couple of items of note that are new. You can see there, we're suggesting that we go big on the graduation rate at 100%. And we had some discussion about that. I think McKay made the best quote of all in the meeting, that our mission statement says all students are college and career ready. And if we say all, then really it should be 100%, and that's kind of, I thought that was pretty profound, right? Like, we should, why not? Why not us? Why not, even as big as we are? Why not chase 100% graduation? And, it's kind of chasing perfection. And if we catch excellence, which we will, then, I think we should have the mindset that we go big on this. So 100% graduation rate. And then you can also see new that came up in our indicator committee is the grade distribution report. So looking at especially D's and F's, we know from research, and I side with this, that a high school GPA is very indicative of future success in college and career. And so I think monitoring that and setting a goal that we decrease D's and F's by 5 to 10% would be our target, and that we really track that, especially coming off of the pandemic, where we know we had students that had learning loss there with grades. And then attendance, I think it's well documented. We still are struggling, as is the rest of the country and our state. Over a third of our students are still chronically absent as of last spring. Now, early on dashboard, knock on wood, it looks promising starting out the school year. We'll see. But as of last spring, we had many students who are still chronically absent or missing more than 20%. So I think that's something that we would want to measure and track. And then, just to Amanda's point, we talked a little bit about the ACT, right? I think, is the ACT still relevant and important? Is it an accountability measure? Yes. Right. Having said that, it's, I guess, its status or its stature, especially among universities, is diminishing, right? More and more universities are looking toward a body of work or a portfolio which really supports competency and mastery, right? When we're thinking about how students accumulate skills and knowledge and dispositions going on into college or the workforce. And so I don't think we want to diminish its importance, but maybe its role a little bit changes. One of the issues, and this is nothing new to anybody in the room, but we know ACT is a norm reference test, right? So it has its issues when it comes to alignment to our standards and curriculum in Utah. It's more of an aptitude test, in my opinion, more about, your ability to read and assimilate knowledge quickly, and constitute an answer versus is it really aligned to what you've learned in the courses that you've taken, right? So I mean, I think that's really the challenge. But having said that, it also carries weight with scholarships, right? It also does carry weight with some admissions. There's still a component there that I think, and an element that we want to keep in mind. To me, and this is what I brought up to the committee, when you look at those 5 competencies that we've set as a district in Portrait of a Scholar: innovator, critical thinker, resilient learner, impactful citizen, and collaborator. Those are all things that are hard to measure, right? But there's one common element that really frames all of those that would give us very important information about our student performance, and that's writing. Writing crosses all of those competencies. And so it's interesting to me that as a state, at one point, we were requiring writing as part of the ACT, and the state was paying for that, which, by the way, it's about $25 per test to add writing. But then we went away from it as a state. And at the time, if you remember the debate, there was a lot of debate about our state even adopting ACT as the end of level accountability measure. Some states had moved forward with that. And I think, being a norm reference test, obviously there's equity issues with that and how fair the test actually is. But writing is really a pretty universal foundation, right, to success. And so thinking about maybe as one tool that might help us with as an anchor in measuring success in those competencies that we've set out, I would recommend that we set a writing goal for our students. And I just printed this off just for your information, but so the scoring rubric that ACT uses is ideas and analysis, development and support, organization, and language use. All of those attributes fit within our strategic plan, interestingly enough. So you might consider, what that might look like. I don't know what the percentage is. When you look at our previous reports and goals that we've set to the board on college benchmarks and college readiness within the ACT, most of, those are set at around 50 to 60% of our students hitting those benchmarks. So, I don't know if that's kind of a gauge of where you want to look at a range of our students that would meet the mark. The writing portion on the ACT is, my understanding is it's scored from a 2 to a 12, and a 7 or an 8 would indicate, and there's no benchmark on writing, keep that in mind, but that may be the score that we look at as far as students' readiness for college and career, or at least addressing the competencies that we've set out in Portrait of a Scholar. So we can take that back if you want to do more work on it. This was just some initial conversations in our committee, but those are the recommendations for those annual goals on achievement. Real quick too, just to add to that, in the other tenants, if you recall, we in community engagement, we would still track and report annually on volunteer hours. I think that's been a staple and a foundational piece in the district. We would also add in the coming report SEC participation. So we would track not just on the school side, but on the parent side, participation in our SECs. And then we would also track community engagement through our district app that we've developed, and already I don't know if you can see this, but if I can pull it up and show you, basically it's an app that would allow us the ability to track all of our different relationships and things: legislature, federal delegation, cities, Chamber of Commerce, Rotary, PTA. So those meetings, we could at least track our hourly participation, and it would give us a baseline to kind of understand, similar to our volunteer hours, what we're investing in those relationships with different community groups. Also under customer service, we would continue to track website metrics like we have with engagement. We would also continue to track satisfaction surveys. As you know, we've reported on culture and climate, C-test, employee, both. Now we have both ESP and certified satisfaction survey, and then our senior exit survey as well. So those would be aligned in our customer service. We would also continue to report on any new innovations in the district. And then in the fiscal accountability, we would still report on our bond rating, our compliance on audits, and any awards that we have received. So those would be kind of the core annual goals that we would report on to the board. Then aside from that, on a supplemental level, we would also report that, as we have today, in high quality learning, PLC implementation, portrait of a scholar, engaged classrooms, competency based, all those things that Amber mentioned. In access and opportunity, we would continue to focus on, and these would be supplemental reports that are in a cycle: family engagement, district demographics and needs. We would also look at AP, concurrent enrollment, CTE courses, CTEC, extracurricular, SPED participation, enrichment, acceleration, intervention, DLI, SALTA. Those would all be under access and opportunity. In human-centered supports, this is really our wellness, the focus area. So student discipline, Thrive Time, Leadership Academy, attendance, culture, climate, wellness, mental health, safe UTAP, SHARP survey, whatnot. So those fall under human-centered supports. And then in operations, we would continue to report on, in a cycle, our communications plan, Parent Square, school safety, EMT committee report, as we did tonight. Student enrollment, HR would report on recruiting and retention. And then we would also have a report on capital projects. So those focus areas that really are kind of the operational part of the tenants. So I kind of see that in two parts, right? So an annual report on the tenants with those measurements and goals. And then supplemental to that would be these ongoing reports through our committee so that we can also track progress there. So that's kind of a long description. Is there any questions on that? Sorry.
Okay, Mr. Milliburn.
Dr. Robbins, thank you so much for going through that. It sounds to me like there's been a lot of work, good work done. I do have a question, and I'm going to go back to grade distribution. As I've said earlier tonight, when I was in high school, it was a long, long time ago, but I can still remember on multiple occasions going to my teacher at the end of the quarter or semester and saying, I am right on the cusp. Now, I'm not going to say I was getting D's and F's, okay? This was more likely I was arguing between a B and an A. And I would go in, I would plead my case, I would explain to them why my 89.7 should be rounded up to a 90 to give me an A, okay? Sometimes I would win, sometimes I would lose. But I'm just using my own logic here, and I promise you that if you put out a decree to the principals of the high schools in the district, and they in turn pass that on to the teachers in the classroom, saying we need to decrease our D's and F's by 5 to 10%, I would have won those arguments more often than I did. And in a classroom, let's hypothetically say in a math class, you have 30 students. All you need is 1.5, and I'd hate to be that half a student, but you need on average 1.5 students to argue their way up a grade that are on the cusp. And that could happen. You could get easily, in my opinion, to 5%. And I would say that would be with no additional learning other than practicing negotiation skills.
So you're actually making a really good case for competency-based learning. Thank you for that. I don't need to sell it anymore because Mont just did a fantastic job of doing it.
Great, man, I'll do it.
Thank you. No, I mean, I think we should take this subjectivity out of it, right? Like when it gets right down to it, you know, I think I'll just share briefly. So my oldest daughter was a teacher pleaser, right? And when she went through the process of competency based, she was really mad at me because she was that student. She bought off teachers. Hey, I'll get you, 12-pack of Mountain Dew if you'll change my grade, or I'll turn in lots of extra credit and change my grade. And when we moved to a competency system and she actually had to demonstrate learning to justify her grade, she was no longer a 4.0 student. But something happened that was very magical in that. And it was painful for a while, but later in college, she came back to me unsolicited. I didn't ask for this input, and you could have her answer these questions herself as a student. She said, "Dad, I'm very grateful that we did what we did because I can do the math in college. I had to learn the skills and demonstrate that I actually can do it. I couldn't fake my way out of it. I couldn't copy my way out of it. I actually had to learn and demonstrate that I have the skills." So I think that's part of that conversation, right? And I don't take away from those negotiation skills. I've done them myself. We've all been there. Like we're all subject to that. But I think the less subjectivity, the less of a lottery it is based on a student's negotiation skills and more based on how they demonstrate learning, that actually is reflective of what they've learned is the direction that I think we should go.
I would say that if you can promise me that there is an increase in learning, not just a decrease in D's and F's, then I'm totally on board.
And I think, it's the tools we have, right? I mean, grades are, like I said, in a purist mastery competency system, there are districts that moved away from letter grades altogether. The problem with that is that when it comes to college admissions or applying for a job, is that we all have common language, and so it's really hard for a student to explain to a admissions officer or an employer what that actually means. And so I don't think we throw the baby out with the bathwater. It's a combination still of demonstrating learning, keeping grades, but just kind of redefining what that purpose and what that actually looks like. So, but thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Mrs. Nybar.
Thank you. I really appreciated that explanation. And I think it's important to note that as a teacher, when you're gauging your students on different concepts, and if they're at mastery level, it does absolutely become much more objective how the grade is earned, as well as it helps you as a teacher to see where you need to do more reviewing. You go through and say, oh gosh, 75% of my class hasn't mastered this yet. So it helps you as a teacher refocus and pivot where you need to also. So I think it's a great tool as a teacher, and it's a great way for greater objectivity too. And so I do think altogether what it does is it just raises the bar for everyone. So I really appreciate what Rick said, because that is the challenge, is exactly what he said. We don't want to eliminate letter grades. We want to be able to differentiate our students for scholarships, for college entrances, for all these other things that are really important to them in their future. But it's just about how we are raising the bar and actually providing greater accountability. So, and I also think with those 5 standards that we've set, there isn't a way to do that without competency based. So.
Okay, Mrs. Teeny.
I really appreciate this discussion and thank you for all the work that's gone into this. And I'm just kind of recollecting back when the district was first formed, and maybe Mr. Millerberg remembers, that's when we first started even hearing this idea of competency-based learning. And because it was a pretty new thing across the country. And so I've been paying attention to it for 14, 15 years now. And I really, as frustrating as it might be, because it is a big lift and it's complicated, I really think that it's a good time, because there are systems throughout the country that I think Dr. Robbins referenced them that kind of went all in on this to the extent where it did cause some detriment to their students. I believe New Hampshire was kind of one of those where the whole state went into it and then had to back off of it after just a couple of years. So I think there's some body of evidence out there that we can tap into to help us, so that as we move forward, we can do so with some confidence based on other things that have happened. So I'm excited about this conversation, and I would hope that maybe again we could bring this back after the committee's had a chance to meet and take in this input, and then bring it back for further discussion is what I would like to see.
Okay, so board, are we okay with these achievement indicators and goals? Like, do you think those are good? And because I do remember, I think that we voted on these in the past, so we're gonna have to bring them back as like first reading, second reading. But is there any other input, or we'll just take like what you've given us and keep working?
Any comment on the writing part? Like, I mean, I know that's new, right? I just, ACT is not new, right? That we would still report on composite scores in the district and benchmarks and whatnot. It's just, and Amber's made this point, those in her field and in ISD that really look at these metrics on a nationally normed reference test like ACT, to set goals as a district where it's not aligned to our state standards, moving that needle is going to be virtually impossible. Just statistically, that's really hard to do, right? But having said that, ACT is still an accountability measure that I think we keep our eye on that ball. It definitely has an effect and an impact on a lot of students and their trajectory. It's only part of the story. But the writing piece to me has, I'm not sure why we didn't give it its relevance when it first kind of come out, because components of writing an essay are universal, right? And I think it would be wise to have an anchor point that it really crosses all of those competencies. We can still do, for example, we could still do anecdotal data around surveys that's more qualitative to look at what our students' experience is with collaboration or innovation or communication. But writing that's a hard measurement that really could give us some feedback to understand, especially thinking about skills necessary in an information age. I think that crosses all of these components of the strategic plan. So I don't know, any thoughts on that?
Mrs. Pedersen and then Mrs. Nyberg.
Okay. I really am pleased with seeing a writing goal. We have been working for, at least in the elementary level, we've been doing writing skills from kindergarten up. I mean, we really do. So to build on what they're already doing, we're already getting students ready for this. It's part of our core curriculum, and we do evaluate a couple times a year. already. We have an ability to score that. Yes, it's a more difficult one to grade, but it's worth it. I think having kids get the feedback on that tells them almost more than how they're doing in a lot of the other subjects, because it does integrate. It really is the core skill. If you can, your reading skills, your reading affects your writing. It just does. You can't write anything that you don't understand and read. Science is in there. Math can be. I mean, it's just all encompassing. So in my opinion, that's probably one of the best goals we have up there. And it even can indicate to the parents, even in the beginning, that we do writing because we're trying to get our students able to communicate for business. It doesn't even have to say college readiness. It could say college and career readiness. I really like that. I'd like to see us be balanced and not always say the college thing, because for some parents that clicks right out of their ears, especially if you're in an economically disadvantaged situation. College seems way above what you're able to do. We have ways to help with that. But I'm very supportive of that. And I think we could report that in not just high schools, but we could report that all along the way. We collect the information. So it's at least in elementary, we write and we grade. So I'm very much in favor of that. And I think giving it a specific number when we figure out where that is very beneficial.
Okay, Mrs. Nybar.
I also appreciate the writing element in there. The one thing, well, there's a couple of thoughts I have though. We did talk about building portfolios for these kids through the years that demonstrate the activities they've done to show collaboration, impactful citizen. I really would like some of the portfolio in there as an indicator. Because I think that not only the ACT when they're a senior, right, in the writing portion, it's like, okay, at the very end, we're going to see that you've done all of these things, but I'd love to see along the way. And I think there's some accountability that way to show, in what ways are they learning and growing as innovators and collaborators along the way. And maybe you've already thought through this, and some of it could be other writing exercises, right? Describe to us what it means to be an impactful citizen. How do you give back to your community? How do you get involved? Whatever it may be. But I do also like the idea of having even digital portfolios built where the kids can see even through the year that's one indicator at the end of 6th grade is their projects of collaboration and what they did to learn how to be innovative and things like that. And I like that for many levels, because I also think for students who have reading or writing disabilities and things like that, it's an indicator that can help us for other not necessarily neurotypical students. And it reaches the masses, right? It's something that everyone can participate in. We can see that for every student.
So I would recommend that digital portfolios be part of maybe the cohort of schools that we bring in, that would be part of that. It's more of a process, right? It not necessarily a academic outcome, but it's a collection of artifacts that students pull together. So I think when we go back to the committee and we start looking at how we want to go about inviting schools into a cohort to do this, I would make digital portfolios part of it. There are platforms already out there that districts that have gone further down this road are using, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. But it is a powerful tool, for a student to go in to show I've mastered these skills, and here's how I've demonstrated that through this project or so.
And it's great for project-based learning. And then it also helps us assess, it's an indicator for us that it's happening in the classroom, right? And some accountability there, that in the curriculum maps and things like that we are doing some project-based, hands-on student engagement collaboration. The other question I had was just a little logistics So would we then, as a district, pay for that $25?
I, well, when it first rolled out, the state, yeah. That's where
Sorry, it's
where
always
rubber
gonna
hits
come
the
down to
road.
nuts
Dang
and
it.
bolts.
It's all about, the money. So in the beginning, when the writing part, there was a time when the state actually paid for that and then they backed away from it. I would suggest that we cover the cost for one grade level, maybe their junior year. That's where it's the accountability measure. But beyond that, if students wanted to take it their senior year, then they would be responsible to cover the writing portion. And I know that's a little bit problematic because then we're comparing, students by grade and not as a cohort over time. So there is a little bit of an issue with how we utilize that data statistically, but that would get real expensive if we pay for it more than 1 year. To me, I think, it would be an equitable and right and fair thing to cover it at least once. And maybe we start there and see what the data looks like and then make that determination. But I don't think committing beyond more than one test would be, at least that's what I would recommend. I think it's between 20 and 25 for the writing portions, my understanding.
I was gonna ask the same question because the other thing is students opt into it. So how are we gonna we can't make them take it, right? So. Yeah, that is true. But I'm just wondering, will we have enough students do it to make it really valid?
Well, I think it's up to us to really sell that vision. I mean, if we believe in those core competencies as being indicators of success for students to go on to college and career readiness, I think, like I said, to me, the more that I think about, how do we measure dispositions and attributes that are more aspirational, that are in our core competencies. Writing is so fundamental to that, and Karen, I think, points that out very eloquently. All the way back, we can backward map that to preschool. That for you to be successful in your next phase of life beyond K-12, is a key component to that is writing in all of these areas: innovation, critical thinking, resilient learner, impactful citizen, and collaborator. And so, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, a parent can opt out of any of these, but I think we try to take as many of those barriers away that we can, and make it just part of being a graduate in Canyons.
Okay, Mrs. Tingy.
Yeah, I think there's a way that we can work this writing piece into it so it's meaningful and relevant. But as we bring this back, it would be helpful for me if included in this chart or this information are the current, our benchmarks, where we are right now, so that we can have kind of a better picture of what the 1 to 3% averaging over 3 years, really what that means, so that we have some context and reference for that.
Okay, thank you. I think, Mrs. Nybar has one more thing.
As far as encouraging students to take the writing portion, if that's the direction we're going, then I think it would be wise to have that be one of the qualifications for an honors diploma or an advanced diploma. If we tie that to a reward, right?
I know, and I said a candy bar too would probably be good. Anyway. Okay, I think we're all done. But
Anything else
thank you
for
so
high quality
much.
learning?
Yeah, thank you. And I think we can bring both those things back. in the
Okay, so we'll use this
future.
as a framework for getting the specific goals. That's our next. And then the differentiated diploma is coming back.
Yes.
Anything else? Okay, thanks
I don't
again
think
for your
so.
time.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, the next item on the agenda is item B, and it is Canyons Transition Academy, possible relocation, the first reading. And Nate Edvilson, Director of Special Ed, and Linda will come up and present this to us.
Thank you again for the opportunity to come and discuss this what we hope to be a great experience for our students. So we wanted to kind of review a little bit. We've talked a couple of different times about possible locations, and so we wanted to just kind of review some of the information we've hit and then present some information. I'm going to let Linda do that. That's okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Thank you for your time tonight. So as we talked about last time, this is our current location where we're at. Right now, we have over 60 students that are enrolled. We're close to about 63 last count. And then we have 4 teachers and 14 paraeducators, a transition specialist, an SLP, a school psychologist, and my secretary, all sharing this space down there. So it's a very limited space that we have at this time. Here's another angle when we have this small classroom that we use for parent meetings, IEP meetings, faculty meetings with teachers, with myself. So just as you can see, we're a very limited space. We would like to be considered moving to Crescent View location. And just as some benefits of moving is teachers would have their own classrooms to teach, limited noises, distractions to students and staff, an office area where families could attend IEP meetings, ask questions, register students, and meet with Medicaid personnel. School personnel will have office space. So the secretary would have office space, the transition specialist, the SLP, the school psychologist, the Medicaid people, and administration. Because right now we're just sharing that very limited space in the hallway. Students will also have access to the lunchroom, and parents and guardians would have the option to participate in the food program. We just got approved from the state. I've been working with them for the last 6 months that our students are now able to access the food lunch program. So students would be able to get reduced costs or also free and reduced lunches for families in need. Students would have access to the gym for unified sports and physical education. Right now, we have to go out into the community to get any kind of physical education. We access one of the rec centers, and that's a cost to us every week for our students to go out to get physical education. Students would have access to UTA like we do now, and I'll show you a map. It's not much difference. We'd have space to grow the program, and as you can see, last year we were at 48. We're over 60 now, so we're growing every day. And students would be able to have a sense of belonging and have pride in a school building. As you heard speakers before, right now, they're just going downstairs. And so this would actually give them a school building to go to. Right now, our current location, it's a 0.5 mile walk to CTA to UTA. At the new location, it just puts 3 minutes on our walk to a 0.5 from the Crescent View to the UTA access. So it doesn't make a big difference in our access to UTA. Our parent survey, distance from home, increased time spent on the bus to and from school. I love this idea. I fully support getting kids out of the basement. It's about time. The current location is horrible, dated, and sad. I feel like I'm sending my child to a dungeon every day. Parents' response, 100% of our parents are in full support of moving CTA to a new location. Right here is a map. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong one. Okay, sorry. So that was supposed to be. Anyway, here's the map of Crescent View. So as you look into the building, we would have access to the office area. That's the middle section highlighted in yellow. And then our classrooms would all be right there down the road to the gym and to the lunchroom. So we'd be able to have our students all in the same area of the building. It would give us every student
every teacher would have their own classroom on top of, we would be able to have a home and family type living where there'd be cooking stations with ADA accessible, where they could practice skills. And then we would have another room where they could practice their daily living skills also in this new location. So here's the cost of moving to a new location. I know you're all thinking, how much is this going to cost? So it's about $65,000 to relocate. That would be 7 classrooms to replace the carpet, the LVT in the changing room. Appliances would be about $5,000. Those are those home and family type appliances, the stoves, the cook, dishwasher, the cook stove, furniture costs that we would need, and student technology, because that's something we use every day, teaching our students how to navigate the community, being able to write resumes, how to find doctors, how to find locations in the community. So that'd be about $20,000. And right now we're using the computer lab right here in the district office. And so the whole move would be, like I said, about $65,000. So, is there any questions so far? Yes.
Oops, sorry. Am I okay? Forget to look sometimes.
That's okay.
I am 100% guaranteeing that you need to have a new place. Okay. I just like you to tell me, I can guess why you changed your mind. Last time you presented to the board, you were wanting to go to Jordan High.
Correct.
And the benefits are very similar. And now you've changed over to Crescent View. And I was just curious, what made you want to do? I can guess, but I want you to I want you to verbalize. What is it that made you change over to Crescent View rather than go ahead with the original plan?
Well, one of them is cost effectiveness is
Yes.
the cost it would take to make Jordan into the space we need.
Mhm.
And also this would give us more access to a gym and to a lunchroom
Yep.
that we wouldn't have before, and our own office space.
We would also, I think, hope that if this was a viable option, we would be able to perhaps make a quicker transition.
I was gonna say,
over,
that
which
one
would
was on my
also
list
really
as
help
well.
our community feel
Okay.
making responsive choices. So
Yeah.
So the proposed timeline we would like to move is be able to move in this year. At the end of the semester change, it only makes sense for our students. It would be a natural break in December, being able to move into this building in January. Plus UTA routes, if you don't know, changes in December. So we would have to redo all the routes anyway. So this would be just a natural change for our students at that time.
Thank you for verbalizing that, because I was kind of guessing same thing, that you could get into the building much quicker, because it's much more expensive to renovate a section of Jordan than it is to to add to what's already in Crescent. And the location's a pretty good, the benefits seem to be much the same, but you're right. The lunchroom is much more accessible. The gym is much more accessible.
Yes, and we're
And you
really
have more office.
right. I'm really excited about the lunchroom because I've already met with Sebastian
Mhm.
and we talked about different ways that students would be able to access lunches and have choice there. That a lot of our parents have been asking for that. We have a lot of students that live in group homes who are homeless that come to CTA. So this would be another way that students would be able to, we would be able to provide lunch for those students.
Perfect. Thank you for verbalizing that for me.
just as another point, it also gives us the opportunity, we mentioned, Linda mentioned earlier, to bring our Medicaid team all into one part of the building, which increases our access significantly and outreach. Right now, we have them kind of split up all over from places. One's at Jordan Valley, and so, which is great, but it's the accessibility is low. Whereas right along that tracks line, it makes it a lot better for our patrons to be able to access those services and outreach. So we really like that as a feature.
Okay, Mr. Millerberg and then Mrs. Oaks.
As you discussed the last question, I heard the phrase long-term at least twice, maybe 3 times. And I'm scratching my head a little bit on the term long-term
Mhm.
because as far as I know, I don't know that our long-term planning committee has come back with a recommendation for that being long-term.
Yeah, and I totally understand it's not long-term, like in the words of long-term, like you're thinking, but at least if we move there for a year or two, whatever the plan is, it really helps and benefits our families and students we serve right now. Because like I showed you, we are outgrowing the basement and we need more space.
And I appreciate that.
Mhm.
You know, long-term is one of those ambiguous terms. Because to me, long-term is over a year for a long-term capital gain.
Well, I'm hoping to get the board approval for us to get a permanent home long-term in the plan.
And what I'm doing is my brain is twisting around a little bit and I'm looking at $65,000 and saying if that's a 1 year, a 12-month or a school year worth of an expense, that's much higher than if I'm looking at a 3 years, meaning long-term, and I divide that by 3 and I'm a little over, you know, $22,000 per year. And so I've just got to noodle around and find out what long-term means. And if it's a permanent solution, I need to have the long-term planning committee come back and tell me that they're recommending that being permanent, which I'm not opposed to. I just want to know.
That's fair.
Mrs. Oaks?
That was my same question, so I don't need to say anything.
Okay. Mrs. Nybar? And Mrs. Toomey?
Okay, first off, I appreciate this work. It's very important and it's very, I love the Life Skills Academy. I think that's a fantastic change and I think it's that's what it should be. I have some concerns and I'll tell you why. I am most interested, as it has been mentioned, in a long-term solution. I'm concerned about Crescent View for a few reasons. One is the only new development and building that really is going to happen in our district is West Draper. And my concern is that as the population grows in that area, if there would be a need to use Crescent View. I have constituents that live in Cranberry Hill, that area. When Draper Park Middle School was built and Crescent View is no longer a middle school, there's a lot of there's a lot of families right there that were very concerned and distraught about that. We've always held on to that, and it's been very useful with temporary housing for many different people. But it also kind of sits in an area there that should we need that in the future, that would be helpful. You said you have 63 students, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so 63 students, it's a $65,000 cost. It's about, that's roughly around $1,000 per child that it's going to benefit, as well as just the program as a whole. When you have the map of Crescent View and you have the highlighted areas, when I think of the square footage you're taking of that building, my concern is in the future, if we do need to use that building, you're taking a large percentage of the building and the square footage for offices and things. But I didn't, on the slides, it doesn't show exactly how much square feet you're taking or the percentage of the building.
We're taking half of the office space that is there.
And then
we're
seven
taking
classrooms.
7 classrooms.
Okay. So if we were to, in the future, try to merge that with some other more traditional program, like when you were looking at Jordan High, I'm just thinking about that space. The other thing is we know we need a different solution for CTEC also, and there's a lot of students that participate in CTEC, and we have looked at Crescent View as an option for CTEC as well. We've looked at it and we've kind of gone back and forth about whether that would be a good idea or not. But with all the changes in the movement, and then we also have some schools that have less enrollment and things, I really would like to feel confident that in moving these kids that it would be a permanent home. So I would really love the weigh in from long range planning and that third party team that we're hiring to study the demographics and the population shifts. Because I don't want to do anything that's going to only be for a year or two and then we have to move it again. So that would be my largest concern.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. Depending on those long range goals from the district side, we totally understand that that goes to committee and that's the purview of the board. We think that the benefits of the upgrades would probably persist as well if a longer term solution in a different place or somewhere else, some of those upgrades would continue to be beneficial for whatever student populations would take over that space. And so I think in regards to a long-term expense, I think we're probably, you know, a good net zero in regards to the amount of funding that we're bringing in from our students and what that benefit would do long-term for families. So I think that we could probably argue that point. There's always costs, but I think we could, those appliances, those things would continue to be of benefit if it, you know, CTEC, there's going to be those kinds of programming probably in there that would need those things. And so we can definitely, I think, look at that. But so.
And then there was the gentleman that got up and spoke that is in charge of the institutes. And I know in the past, when you presented Jordan High School, one of the benefits you were saying is some of those students could participate in that educational release time, but that's not really available at Crescent View.
Yes, there is. There's a building right beside Crescent.
So we would start, there is, but it's currently, there isn't anything going on there, right?
No, but we have been working with Brother Pod on that building and it has not been sold. And that is where it could be Houses Institute right there.
Okay.
So of course, that being the church's purview, the
Yes.
other option we still have is continuing to come to where we already, our students
Yeah.
already go, and there's transit along that route, which is one of the benefits of continuing to stay in that kind of lifeline of TA. It's just the access is greater for our students.
And I also wanted to say that your point about if another school needs to move in, there's still plenty of room at Crescent View, that there's a half an office that still could be utilized. There's still classrooms that could be utilized. We're just taking a very small portion of that school that other schools could utilize if necessarily.
And then where would this come, which budget would this come from? Because, you know, there's the ACC classes at Willow Springs. And I know that that parent community is very interested in having those kids move up to a steady feeder pattern and be able to go to the neighborhood school. Draper Park with the numbers really actually next year probably could host something like that. So by doing this, does it prevent us from doing some of those other things where these other kids that aren't, you know, traditional would be able to be assimilated in their neighborhood schools and have clean feeder patterns?
I defer to Leon on all the budgetary, but I will say that our budget does not allow capital expenditures from the special ed realm, so they would definitely have to come from
Above 40,000.
period.
No, yes. Thank you to Nate and Linda for presenting this. Yeah, they cannot use their state money, their IDA money for
Okay.
these types of expenses. They can buy some technology, but anything related to furniture or the carpet, which is the main expense, would have to come from our capital budget, the districts, but to do that. So, yeah.
And Holly, just to talk about feeder school, we are a feeder school for every 5 high schools, CTAS. So we get students from every high school around.
Oh yeah, that question was with the ACC classes moving to there.
Yeah, so we get ECC and ACC students that come to CTA also. So we get them from every high school that we have in the district.
But if we're talking about a pathway for them in the future to go to their neighborhood school and be assimilated with their neighbors, then that would be different than doing this, right?
For the CTA students.
For the CTA, because we only have one post-high program in our district.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
So also I wanted to bring to the board, we would like to change the name of CTA. The word transition can be very confusing to our families and communities as we're serving what we're offering. This would be a great timing to move that, great time to start changing the name with the new location, if that's what we decide to do, and the rebranding of our school. We really want to reflect our name, the services that we provide, and also give our students a mascot to identify to and to our school. So we're proposing we'd like to change our name to Life Skill Academy because that really describes what we do every day. Also, we have, as you can see, a 3D effect of a tree frog. And if you think about it, the frog, the cycle where they start as a tadpole and as they grow and learn, that's why our staff would really like to have that as a mascot. And then just letting you know that we really appreciate all of your support and hope you really consider about moving us. I think it would be great for our families and our students and for our staff, and really have that ability to continue growing and be able to meet the needs of all our students that we serve.
Okay, I think Mrs. Tingy has some comments or questions.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to share my support for what you're proposing. I think it's great. And I know there's some concerns about the cost and the long-term or short-term or whatever length of time, but and also the possibility of integrating and shared use of a facility, because it's our responsibility to make sure our facilities are used, appropriately so that we can meet the needs of all students. But I just want to I did a little bit of math from some information we got last year. The average daily membership for CTA was 47, and you said you're at 63.
Correct.
That's a 35% increase, which I think is really amazing. And I think it speaks well to the program that you've developed and that you're offering. So I am supportive of this, and I feel like making the move as you've proposed is not mutually exclusive to anything else that the long range planning or the board may consider for the use of that facility or other programs. And I think it would just be as it would be if you stayed in the basement here, it would be part of the conversation. And so I guess I'm just saying that in this situation, I would feel more comfortable moving ahead than delaying until we get the whole picture figured out, because I can see that might, it would delay benefit to students and to the program that you guys have built. And so I just wanted to share that. But I did have one question about, I know when we had the conversation about moving to Jordan, there was one of the expensive things was needing to renovate some of the restroom facilities.
Correct.
So what I read here, that's not included. So that's not a need.
No, every restroom is ADA accessible.
Okay. So, and then, kind of to the point, what you're asking for is one-time money. It's one-time money.
Correct.
To renovate this versus ongoing money to run a program.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Edo.
Yeah, so I do like the new logo. It brings me back to my days in the Middle East, though. They used the acronym LSA for Life Support Area. And so there's LSA Army and LSA Anaconda and all the LSAs out there. So my concerns is that it feels like you've kind of grasped it at whatever you can to try to get something. And so that's my biggest concern. That being said, you need to get out of the basement, in my opinion. I have family members in other districts who are going through similar programs. So this touches home to me as well, in how important a program like this is. And so I hope that there is a lot of discussion going on in the background of, no kidding, what's the future look like? And if it's not happening a lot, I hope you'll make it happen. And that you'll be insistent in being part of those conversations and making sure that you have a firm home. That being said, I will support moving you out of the basement. At a minimum, it forces us to make sure that you have a suitable location in the long term. And I appreciate the answers you've given. A lot of my other questions I had were answered. Especially thanks Karen for asking her questions. That was top of my head. So
Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, Mrs. Oaks.
I also am supportive of the idea. It sounds like we would probably be spending more money to put them in Jordan.
Yes.
And we have needed to be doing this for a long time. Ever since I got on the board in 2019, I've had parents talking to me about this and how frustrated they are that their students are located where they are. I think the optics of it with our most vulnerable population, it's not a good place for them. And we need to do better by them. I can share and I appreciate the concerns about making sure that we're not limited in the decisions we make long-term with Crescent View. And so my one request would be that we're very clear with the parents of these students to let them know this may not be a permanent place. In fact, it likely is not, but we're grateful that that we can be here temporarily. I just don't want them to come screaming if for any reason we decide in the future that we have to do something different, significantly different with Crescent View, that they feel like, it was a bait and switch. I think we need to go in with eyes wide open and full disclosure. So.
And I totally agree with you. I've had several conversations with my parents, exactly that. They're just feeling that it's time that we get out of the basement and be able to have a better space. And with our numbers growing, it just really shows that we've really outgrown downstairs and we do need to have classrooms for our students.
Okay, I was gonna say some stuff, but Amanda actually just said exactly what I was gonna say. Oh, in between everyone else. So I don't need to say anything other than I am supportive. I love the name and we will bring it back. But I think Mr. Wilcox wants to say something.
Yes, thank you. Just a couple of quick things. Right now at Jordan High, we are doing a teen center there. We're taking 2 vacant classrooms and a old work area, if you will, a workroom, tearing out the walls and doing, putting in restrooms, showers, appliances, everything that goes with a teen center. That is costing us about $500,000. The state's going to pay half, we'll pay half. You approved that on a purchasing bid a while back. So just give you, in context, we think it would be about the same to take the portion in Jordan High we had designated for that to do the same type of thing with it's mainly the plumbing fixtures and the walls to get that in there. We think that would be about $500,000 expense. That's why we're looking at this as a more shorter term. They, again, as Linda said, we could get them ready to move down there starting in January. Just the cost. No one is worried more about costs than me. I showed you our budget on Capital 2 a couple weeks ago. We're down to $2 million in our fund. That being said, just context and inflation and what things cost. We did Hillcrest High, the fields there. One of the things that didn't happen, again, that didn't get put in the plans was the batting cages and the netting on top and to keep the balls in place. Okay. To get all that, and that was both softball and baseball. To get all that fixed was $77,000. That's just for base, it's base. I'm not gonna, I love baseball, love softball, but that's the realization of the cost there to go permanent to get those fixed. They're probably a 10, 12-year life cycle there. Nate is right. We tear out the biggest thing is the carpet, roughly $45,000 to $5,000 per room. We tear out that 7 rooms. The carpet will still last if you needed another program there. These are actually classrooms, so you probably want carpet in them if you ever located another program, school or something there. So that just gives you maybe a little bit of a context of what we're looking at here to try to help these families and kids out. Rick and I have talked about it. We do think it's supportive. We No, it's not a long-term thing. It could be 1 year, it could be 3. But, or longer, who knows? But that just gives them a chance and a start. One of the interesting things on the busing, that we have 5 buses that come to the CTA. For 3 of them, it's actually closer to get there, because more kids live south there. So that was, we thought that was a interesting benefit as well. So plus this institute/seminary building they'll have there as well. So just some things to ponder as we move forward with this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Mrs. Nybar?
I really appreciated Mrs. Oak's comments, and I'm fully supportive if we go into this with that it's not long-term, because that was my largest concern is that how are we going to do that with all the other things coming up? So if we have full transparency and like Mr. Wilcox just said, with the idea that, this could be 1 to 3 years, could be longer, but we're not going to bill it as this is your permanent home, then I'm fully supportive and I can get totally behind it.
Thank you. Okay, thank you both. And we will put on our next agenda for second reading and possible action. So,
Thank you. Thank you for your time, everyone.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is policy update, and it's new policy 500.21 extracurricular activities and student participation. Second reading, possible action.
Thank you, President Schill. I never start with a joke, but what's the difference between an accountant and a lawyer? I know Mr. Wilcox might chime in. The accountant knows he's boring.
That's not
Right.
That is not exactly how I heard the joke.
Put your sleep already. All right, well, maybe I'll discontinue my comedic career and get on with the policy update.
Walking out on.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's not the
Yeah.
first time.
Let me help you out. You are boring.
Okay, well, good. I'll try to move through this policy with the statutory components quickly. So on the agenda for second reading possible action is the extracurricular activities and student participation policy. So as the policy committee met, there were several statutes that came through in our last legislative session that we determined to incorporate into a new policy addressing extracurricular activities. The first is from HB 63, protecting student religious and moral beliefs regarding athletic uniform requirements. So in our policy, we have a whole section that is dedicated to this new provision where student athletes participating in athletics are able to wear their religious uniform or their religious components as part of their uniforms, as outlined in the statute. The second provision is HB 209, participation in extracurricular amendments. And this allows for the requirements for private, home, and online and charter school students to participate in public school extracurricular activities. Both of these components were part of the most recent legislation and need to be approved as part of our policy manual. The last component is the policy codifies expectations and responsibilities for coaches and extracurricular advisors, including language for supervision of students, acting as an exemplary role model, and prohibitions of inappropriate conduct as outlined in Utah Code. In our policy manual, we have had our license provisions that outline these requirements for all employees, but we've specified in this policy language from the Utah Code relative to our extracurricular advisors and coaches. And then the last part of the policy, which has been modified since our first reading, in our district, we have a supervisor's assistance team. It's part of our HR group that reviews and engages in remediation for employees. We also have a student administrative group that reviews student discipline. At the time of the first reading, there was a proposal for a similar body to address extracurricular activities. In our policy meeting discussions, both of those that review student discipline and employees, eventually that matter may come forward to the board at some point for an employee or student. We modified this curricular activity review team as simply an advisory tool. And to be clear, it's not essential for the approval of the rest of the policy. This was a tool that we thought might be useful as we discussed moving forward. The membership has changed, and it is not necessary for the approval of the other statutory requirements. What we intended by this review team is if at some point a principal at either the middle school or high school had an issue where they would like to bring a group of independent voices around to address an issue, they could bring this body together to review and discuss issues, with the ultimate recommendation from the group going back to the school leader. If there was a school investigation that a principal reviewed or that has been conducted, this body could also be assembled to look at the investigation, simply to review and provide advice and assistance to the school or the district administration. The other comments related to this policy, it should be just be aware, as was raised in our patron comments, this is not a substitute for our discipline policy, where we address issues of harassment and reporting by criminal conduct. And so this is for second reading, possible action. Just note the extracurricular activity review team is not essential. The other components need to move forward for board approval, and I can answer questions regarding this policy.
Okay, Mr. Edel.
So I just want to take a moment to, you covered the history, and I just want to talk a little bit about the history too.
Certainly.
From my perspective, since I've been involved with this. So, it first started as the ECMT, and that was introduced to us following incidents at Brighton. Whether as a direct result or not, it was introduced around the same time. There was a lot of issues with the ECMT, most notably being it didn't know what it wanted to be. Was it a review committee? Was it an appeals committee? Nobody knew what it was. We had some nice spirited discussions about it in the policy committee. And ultimately, it came down that we had to make a decision. Were we making an appeals committee, or were we making a working group to take a look at investigations? All along, it's felt to me a little bit like a solution searching for a problem. But it didn't necessarily find any particular home. Now, I'm not opposed to working groups that help you roundtable different events. Working groups are important. Working groups are used in all sorts of areas to make sure that you have multiple perspectives on something. I think that's a good practice in general. My concern continues to be, does this truly know what it wants to be? And are there problems that it's ready to solve? Or are we saying that we did something good? I do like Amy had mentioned in the patron comments about bringing in some parents of victims that have been victims in school events, whether it's here or elsewhere. I think that was a fantastic comment, something that I hadn't thought of to have within a process to address issues. But again, this wouldn't address those. So while I'm not opposed to a working group, I would really like to see policy that has specific things it's going to address. And I'm not confident this is it.
Okay, Mr. Millerberg.
And Jeff, I apologize for telling you that you were boring, because I think you already knew that.
Thanks, Mont.
I mean, you start attacking accountants, there's just no mercy here. I feel like on this last part, let me move my screen here a little bit. 500.21, the extracurricular activities and student participation. I feel like there were enough changes to this from when I saw it last. This section to me feels an awful lot like a first reading. And I feel that we as a board need the opportunity to go through this, maybe think about what it's proposing. I mean, this is light years different than what I last saw. And I also think that this evening we heard from Amy Roosevelt. Is that your name? And you started talking about holes in it, and she gave us a nice list. And I would like to take the list she gave us and sit down maybe in another study session to where we can openly discuss the policy with the board and find out what everybody's feeling about it after we've had a chance to maybe digest this. And so when it comes time to make a motion, I'm okay with the first part, but this part, I feel like it has to be excluded because Amy, it's amazing you use the term holes in it, because I read it before. I'm thinking this thing's got holes in it. So thank you for coming tonight and being here and voicing your opinion. Thank you.
Mrs. Oaks. Oh, then Mrs. Nybar, and then Mrs. T. Mrs. Nybar, do you want to go?
So I'm going to first address one of the first sections of the policy because I have a clarifying question. So when we're talking about the private school student, homeschool student, charter school student, et cetera, it says if the student meets the initial enrollment requirements for public school, what does that mean? And do they have to live in district boundaries, and what constitutes enrollment requirements?
So the enrollment requirements are outlined in that state statute where it refers to, living within the boundary.
Okay.
It's just your standard enrollment requirements. And so they have outlined that in the statute for each of those individual groups, living within the boundary.
That would be referenced in our policy.
Right.
Okay, because I'm just going to tell you up front, I am in favor of bifurcating this policy. And like what Mont and Andrew said, I think that we need to take a closer look at this third section. I want to preface my comments by stating my intent. I believe that as a board, we have a fiduciary role to mitigate risk and ensure a safe environment for our students. And my concern here is that this policy does not help achieve that. Similar to what was mentioned, I do think there are some holes here and some big concerns that I have. Back in May, when we had some discussions surrounding an investigation that was done, as a board, we provided a list and came up with a list of some things that we wanted the policy committee to take a deeper dive on and look at. That included things like suspension and expulsion, standards of discipline, whether or not we have athletes sign a contract, the single form of communication for teams, which I think we have effectively addressed as a district, fortunately, confidentiality, retaliation, interviewing students with or without parent consent. What do we want the administration to do when parent complaints come forward? Do we have a system to track those parent complaints? We discussed the possible audit over the last 3 years of reported incidents of hazing or other issues like that. What role do end of the year surveys play? We also mentioned a request that in a policy where we're addressing some of these things, that we would look at not only criminal standards, but also UPAC standards of what is required or considered necessary in order to report to UPAC. And also, I would add that time-sensitive nature of investigations and how those are handled are something that we need to look at. I recognize that this is probably the attempt at this policy was probably not to necessarily achieve all of those things. But I have 3 key issues. And again, they go back to the intent I have about mitigating risk and preserving student safety are the following. I feel like number 1, this does not provide transparency. Number two, there's still no clear accountability in my mind in the way this is written. Number three, there's still no clear role for the board or board oversight. Number four, the duties to report are not laid out. And also, like, as was mentioned by the patron, how does this function with regard to reporting back to parents and a role to circling on the wagon or reporting to them? So I'm just going to go into a little bit of detail with regard to transparency. We don't know as a board what's discussed here and where is the duty to report, who is accountable. And the policy actually doesn't lay that out. It's not clear that it's the superintendent. It doesn't, if that is the case, it doesn't really say that. There's no requirement as it's written right now for the findings of this to go to him or her, and nothing that requires anyone to answer to the validity of the investigation. I have questions as how it's determined what gets investigated or followed up on, who calls for the investigation. It does mention some individuals, but it does not appear that the board can request an investigation to be done or for this to be looked at or pulled together. How does the board or board member notify administration of a potential issue or violation? Can the board refer cases? The duties to report are not laid out with volunteers, coaches, the district to the board, or even a board member. And when I say that, it's not clear whether or not there's a duty to report not just criminal, but also UPAC violations. And when we're talking about each of those roles, whether it's a volunteer or whatnot, I appreciate that there's a criminal background check when it comes to a licensed employee coach, but I have questions about whether or not we're going to require ethics training like we require of teachers. And the same goes for when we're talking about paid paraprofessional coaches or advisors. When we get to volunteers, are we still requiring a background check? The same goes for independent contractors. I personally feel like that needs to happen. On number three, under board policy, when we get to number three, when it talks about not engaging in criminal behavior, again, my question is, what about unethical conduct? What about behavior that would violate the Utah educator standards? I have the UPAC reporting requirements here with me, and it feels like that is not addressed here in this policy. And I feel like for something to be complete, it would need to be. Further, when we go to the section on coach and or extracurricular advisors, on number 4 of that section, it refers to a manner consistent with 53G-8-209, which that is a section that addresses student accountability and behavior, but it's not necessarily applicable to adults. And if we are going to maintain those standards, I feel like that needs to be clearly spelled out in our policy. When addressing the membership of this group, I have a lot of questions on this section. Who heads the group? Is a vote taken before their findings are released? Do they all have to sign off on agreeing with an outcome? Who is advising this group, and what is their authority, accountability, and practical role spelled out? Is there a hierarchy on this team? How does an employee or subordinate confidently share an opinion of finding something different than what their superior does? Is there protection attached to that? Again, those are some of what makes me nervous about this kind of a governing body. And again, I recognize it's an advisory role, but depending on how that's applied, this can get dicey. When we look at, or as an administrative advisory tool, number 1, it feels really unclear to me. It says, following a school level investigation or significant extracurricular issue, the principal of the school or the superintendent or assistant superintendent may request that ERT review the extracurricular issues or a school level investigation to offer recommendations for consideration. So I'm looking at this and I think recommendations for what exactly, consideration by whom, and again, what is the board's role? When number 2, when it talks about relevant information, it's determined relevant by whom. That's not spelled out in the policy either. And again, on section 3, when we talk about employee discipline or remediation issues, can they report their findings if there is a violation or suspected violations to UPAC, or does it just go straight to our HR department? So those are some of my most salient questions, and where I feel like there are holes and things that definitely need to be looked at more deeply and addressed. I'm not saying that like I'm completely opposed to us having something that provides more of a working group or support, but I feel like compared to the conversations that we had back in May, where we took a look at the engine and we said, there's some things here that need to be fixed and need to be looked at and considered. I feel like this comes back as a shiny paint coat, but it doesn't really address some of the issues that are in the engine and what needs to be fixed. And I would prefer that we kind of delve a little bit more deeply in that and then come back to what standards, once we have the standards and processes laid out, then how is it we go about enforcing or following through with it? That's where I think this would come in. So anyway, those are some of my thoughts. And again, I'm not meaning to be offensive or hurtful in any way. I really, when I look at it from the lenses of what's going to mitigate risks and what's going to keep our students safe, those from an honest perspective, legally and otherwise, that's what I'm seeing. So.
Okay, Mrs. Nybar.
I think it's me and then Mrs. Ting. Thank you, Mrs. Oaks, for all of those thoughts. This is not a standalone policy. Some of the things that you've addressed are actually addressed in other policies, such as how a principal reports when there are issues at a school. In fact, we could even have Dr. McGill come up and maybe, do you mind just quickly as a previous principal about what, as a principal, you are bound to do based on state statute and policy regarding when you have reports of anything in criminal nature or bullying or hazing or inappropriate conduct by teachers or coaches, because we already do have that in policy and statutes. So do you mind just speaking for a moment to that?
Before Mr. McGill speaks, I didn't get an opportunity to respond to Ms. Oaks. I would just like to, I guess, further indicate that the majority, I would say a good chunk of the things that were reviewed in terms of duty to report, investigations, are covered in UPAC, or covered in our other policies.
Yeah.
And so I think the committee is welcome to go back and look at this draft. In my mind, there are a number of policies that maybe we need to reference them all at the bottom as comprehensive in terms of where else it perforates into the rest of the policy manual. Because I think there are some areas that, while it may appear to have holes, are referenced in other areas.
Thank you for bringing that up. And I just wanted to point out, in policy committee, we actually did talk about that. A lot of the things that you brought up are in other policies, and we referenced them as we were speaking. And then after Dr. McGill gets up and talks about that, I have a lot of other things too.
So for starters, as a former high school principal, anytime that we were conducting an investigation which involved our employees, I made sure that we walked a very close line in working with our legal team, as well as our human resources department and Steve Diamond, because we wanted to make sure, first of all, you want to make sure the investigation is done deeply enough to where you can make decisions based on the totality of the information that's provided in. But we do that in close consultation with our legal and HR department. And they help us, crosswalk the next steps that we need to do based on the information and the findings that we receive. So.
Yeah. And I know that you're required to report to SRO officers or to, the police with certain situations and things.
Most certainly. Yeah. If there's a criminal, a potential crime that's been committed, by all means, we would have to involve law enforcement on something like that.
Thank you.
Yep.
When you talked about, I'm just going to go through in the policy, when we talk about coaches and extracurricular advisors shall act in a manner consistent, that's not talking about the students or the people participating in the extracurricular. It is the accountability for the advisors and the coaches. When you asked about further training for ethics with coaches, I don't know if you recall, but I don't know, was it 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, when we were in our strategic planning writing session in Dr. Robbins' office. It was myself, you, and Clarine. One thing that I pointed out that I wanted to make sure we still had in the strategic plan was that the coaches, even the ones that aren't teachers that are paid hourly, like FTE hours and things, would have the ability to access PLCs at least once a quarter, that we would pay them for additional training with ethics and protecting mental health of students and things like that. So that is, and we have that leadership training academy, and we have these things in place. In fact, I know, our director of high schools, there is a lot more going on as far as providing greater training to coaches, which is something I've always been very in favor of. As many know, I have 7 boys and they all play a lot of sports. And so I've been living in this world for a really long time. So I take this very, very seriously. So that is actually spelled out what we expect, that the coaches will not tolerate an environment of permit hazing. I'm just going to read it. Demeaning or assaultive behavior, whether consensual or not, including behavior involving physical violence, restraint, improper touching, inappropriate exposure of body parts not normally exposed in public settings, forced ingestion of any substance, or any act which would constitute a crime against a person or public order under Utah law. Also, not to use foul, abusive, or profane language while engaged in school-related activities. So I think it is pretty clear what the standards are and what we expect of any of our extracurricular coaches. That includes debate, choir, not just sports. As far as what we currently have and what this is proposing, and it is actually very clear who would instigate this. It would be the principal or the superintendent or the assistant superintendent. And the board's role is just like the other advisory committees that we have in place, that if it needed to go to an appeal, it's like we're the Supreme Court. So we don't want to be involved in the lower, the more primary steps, because then at that point there would be no one else to appeal to. So also, I think I'm very hesitant for the board to have a very active role in any aspect of an investigation, given our laws with FERPA and student privacy. I just think that that's totally inappropriate for the board to be involved in an in that level of investigation. That's the tricky part with reporting back to parents. I know this is a big issue, and I listen to all of your comments and totally understand and empathize with what you're saying. And it's so difficult because as parents, what we want when our child has been a victim is we want to, one of our biggest thoughts and feelings is, how do we protect the students in the future, right? How do we make sure that this behavior is not tolerated and that we can stop it? But the unfortunate thing is, because of the student privacy laws, we actually cannot communicate as a district to any parents any sort of specific information of what happened to the perpetrator. And so I'm not sure how to navigate that part of it with reporting back to the parents. I did think it was a great idea to have maybe a working committee with parents of victims to speak through this. as far as looking at if this is a sturdy next step opportunity for another set of eyes. And really the idea with this is like an advisory committee where there was already a school level investigation. It's another step, another layer of protection of, okay, now let's bring in even more eyes to this that are even outside of the building and look at this from another third party lens to see if we have done everything we can, if we've come to good conclusion. And then at that point, and I do think it does need to be clarified in the policy, you know, what would be the next step after that. And possibly we could include, you know, for the parents' role, if there was an appeal process, what that would look like. I also really appreciated the patron comment you gave about a timeline. We don't have a timeline in here. And I think it's a timeline, and that's going to be tricky because investigations take time. So we'd have to be very thoughtful with that. One thing I have learned being on the board is we do have to trust processes and we cannot rush them. And if we rush the process, sometimes that knee-jerk reaction is just not the right conclusion. And those school level investigations, we have a legal team who are highly trained and who understand all the state laws and statutes regarding our schools and our students and those consequences. And I do think it's also very important that, you know, we trust the professionals and they're here for that reason, and they are trained specifically with law regarding our schools. And so we need them to conduct those investigations and find out all the layers, because there's always several sides to the story, and that needs to be through our legal team. As far as there was mention of parents on the committee, I'm not in favor of having parents on the committee. Whether I was the mother of the perpetrator or the victim, I would never want parents or neighbors in my community to be sitting on that committee, even with names retracted. So, and that's goes into student privacy as well. So, as far as there was another question that I wanted to address. So there was a question of what happens at the end of that. So at the end there was a question about, is there levels, or is there a team leader? No, they come together as a group. It's outlined the people that are in the group, and then they summarize their findings and give a recommendation. And then the ERT will refer issues regarding employee discipline or remediation issues to human resources for consultation, and the SAT, which we know what that is. It's where they sit down with the teacher or employee, and student discipline issues. So, I think that if we spell out some of these other things, as far as what pathways can happen, if there needs to be an appeal process, I guess I respectfully disagree a little bit with Andrew's assessment. I do see the value of having eyes on this from outside of the building as a second review process. I think it adds an extra layer of protection for unbiased opinion that are maybe a little more removed from the situation. So thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Tingey.
Thank you. The hour is late and a lot has been said. So I won't say everything that I was thinking of saying at this point, because I think it's clear that we need to take, and we've received some really good feedback. We need to take that back and as a committee discuss it. But and I think part of the confusion is, and Mr. Edel kind of mentioned it, that it kind of what this review team is and what it isn't. I think we can do some work on clarifying that for the board understanding. I see it as just a piece of a very complex engine, to use Mrs. Oakes's term. It's not just a paint job, we're done and over. I mean, there are other pieces of policy that are already in place that maybe we can more clearly identify them and cross-reference with this particular policy. But I do see this as a helpful step in providing that transparency, accountability, oversight, all of those things, because it does give a support system, and as has been mentioned, more eyes on a situation that might not be as cut and dried as other situations. It's not going to be applied in every situation that comes up. And so I do see that there's some great potential for benefit in the operations and the administration of the values and the policies that the board has set forward. So I would like to continue to discuss this and hopefully get it to a place where there's more clarity and understanding of what we're recommending, because I think the rest of this policy has some really good things in it that are representative of things that the board has wanted to see happen for a long time, as well as the things that the legislature has brought forward. So I guess I'm torn whether we bifurcate it or this is just second reading. We can bring it back for third reading and have, hopefully maybe it's in a place where the board can accept it. So that would be my recommendation at this point, that we, instead of bifurcating it right now, because I think as far as the legislative things, we're not on a hard timeline on that, are we, for those?
They were both, yes, those were all approved in this last legislative session,
right,
and our law. So those should be approved.
So they're in place, right? Or do we need it in policy?
That they're in place. Having it in policy will make us more in compliance that we have had those. They're law and we'll be following them, but having it referenced in our policy is so.
Right, but 2 weeks is probably fine.
Yeah, if we bring it back in 2 weeks, I think we're
okay.
Assuming that all of the, if it's not ready and the board may not be comfortable at that point, then I think it
Then
must
we
be
could.
bifurcated to
Right.
get the other pieces approved.
Right. Thank you.
I'm just going to say a lot's been said. I agree we need to discuss it further. I'm okay with voting for the parts that we don't have questions about, so that it can be, we can move on that particular piece and then just spend some really good quality time looking at the changes, the additions and clarifications that we've identified tonight. Okay, thank you. Mr. Miller.
Jeff, this is your chance to get really interesting, okay? Polly brought up an interesting topic with purpose. And my question is, if you've got an issue and you hold it in the school with people that need to know and you make a decision, I don't see an issue with purpose. If you expand that outside the school and bring in people from other schools, do we then get into a FERPA issue?
Yes, and I'm going to answer your question in two parts, because there are some employees, for instance, there is some information that we have, for example, our student free and reduced lunch, even though that's FERPA, that's not information that we disclose even to other employees. That's maintained confidential. Then we have a selection of information, because we're all school officials, that we're entitled to that information. If we go beyond our school or your job scope, then we have to get parent permission. So one of the issues we face, which has been something this committee has discussed from the outset, is what role would a parent serve on a body reviewing these issues? Because if an issue is brought before a school, when a school's conducting an investigation, when that's reviewed, whether it's with our HR team for discipline of employees or for student discipline, parents, both in terms of employee privacy laws and student privacy laws, should not be subject to that information based on both FERPA and confidentiality laws for our employees. So the parent's voice really on any committee of this nature would be really the initial complaint. and then they have a voice through other means, which is through
As much as I would like to have parents involved.
Yeah.
On this, to me, that really feels like it's grating hard against FERPA law.
yes.
And even to reach outside the school to professionals inside another school and bring them in on that almost feels like it's grating against FERPA law.
Well, within our district, if we were discussing,
And it seems to me that the wider we spread this, the greater your chance of somebody speaking out of turn is going to happen.
right. And, we haven't got past the policy approval yet point, but if there was this committee eventually formed, in my mind, there would be policies and procedures, or at least procedures for that group, where there would be confidentiality agreements of when we met, what was discussed. And we haven't even got to the point of putting the committee in actuality yet. But that, I agree. I think if you're discussing across schools, the potential increases.
Where confidentiality is very, very important. And I've worked around people that have violated that confidence, and it is very, very destructive when that happens. So that's just my concern. And you're telling me that if something happened at Brighton High School and you went out to Draper and from Corner Canyon brought in somebody from that school that works there, that's okay.
Well, and we do that now with our student district case management team,
Okay.
because we do have administrators that come in, and the idea behind that is really to balance our discipline across the district so that when we address an issue, there's consistency among our administration. The idea behind this group, when we pulled an assistant principal, an AD director, an extracurricular advisor from somewhere out in the district, is that group, were there multiple cases, there would begin to be a consistency, a body of knowledge across. But all employees that are Canyon School District are subject to FERPA. If they violate it, then we can address that through our employee discipline. And anyone that would be involved in that would be aware at the outset what those parameters would be. So
there's not a FERPA issue with sharing that information to people who were not directly involved.
no, if we're within a school capacity functioning in a group of administrators, yes, we can share information across schools and to address issues. But when we're going beyond that scope, then we need parent permission. And so.
Mrs. Oaks.
In light of the fact that this is probably going to go back for more discussion, I just want to add a couple more things that I left off. One is, I talked to, I think, 4 members of the policy committee about this as I was kind of chewing on it and thinking through things over the weekend. One of them mentioned that for those on the IRC committee, those that would typically be pulled together, if they had already had some sort of close contact with whatever was going on with an investigation, that they would be recused from the committee and somebody else would fill in. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. And that's not spelled out here. So I would love to see that reflected. The other thing is, with regard to a timeline, I actually do think that that's a viable request. And the reason being, as I've researched more about what constitutes a viable investigation, part of that is timeliness, in part because otherwise you have situations where corroboration of evidence can take place. And so making sure that witnesses are interviewed quickly and without chance for some of that to happen and for it to get really fuzzy is important. And I think that that's something that needs to be kept in mind as we're moving forward with some of these policies. So.
Okay, thank you, board. That was a very good discussion, and I am assuming policy committee will meet and continue to work on that policy. And I do appreciate all the work that's been put in, and I appreciate the parent that came and spoke and raised some issues. So we'll continue to work on that. So thank you very much. We'll bring that back next meeting. Okay, the next thing on the agenda is staff comments. So we'll start with Superintendent Robbins.
Just in the essence of time, no comments tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wilcox.
Just quickly, brief update on Union Middle. Of course, today was the first day of school. I thought from everything I went over there this morning, it looked great. Kids were finding their classes, so good to have them in the building. I know there was a traffic lineup to start. That happens everywhere on the first day of school, so we're not too worried about that. We think that will work itself out over time. Sound like the pickup was much smoother, what Brenda said. There's just some areas that are not done that we should have done in the next couple of weeks. One is the lunchroom, the kitchen. We're still working on some electrical issues there. Hopefully the week of the 18th, we'll start serving the full course meals. We'll still be having suck lunches the next 2 weeks. Same with the media center. We're hoping to have the new books. Of course, I got a whole new section of books coming on the 18th that week. So hopefully shortly thereafter, the week of the 25th or thereabouts, the media center will be open. And then we're also working on the band and choral rooms. Again, it's all these are mainly electrical issues, just the shortage of electricians that are in the marketplace now. We're still probably another week or so out on those 2 rooms there. Got a couple of extra spare classrooms they can hold those classes in. Overall, though, we're thrilled to be in the building. Looking forward to the ribbon cutting tomorrow night. That's all.
Okay, thank you. We're going to start with Mrs. Pedersen tonight.
Okay, it's quite late, so I'm just going to kind of summarize how much I have enjoyed being able to be part of back to school events. My first time doing a red carpet event, and that was just so fun. Everyone told me you're going to love this, and it was just absolutely wonderful. And I even went back and was able to do a kindergarten back to red ribbon. I always say ribbon because that's just habit. Red carpet event with them and with over at Silver Mason. It was just really, really fun. Probably my most favorite though, back to school event, and I didn't anticipate it, was being invited by Jordan High to come down and top the beat and get to taste a sugar beet in front of all of the student bodies. So McKay and I had a chance to be a true beet digger, and that was so much fun. And you know, they actually don't taste that bad. Kids say they're horrible, but I thought it was okay. It does taste sweet. But anyway, I just wanted to say how much I've enjoyed being involved in those. Excuse me. And that I'm excited to see the great starts that our schools are having, and we've got a great momentum started. And I'm looking forward to the continued progress that we're going to be seeing. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Tingy.
Thank you. I will keep my comments short too. I just, again, yeah, the start of the school year is great. And I know I've talked about that before, but I wanted to just point out and thank Superintendent Robbins for spending time with the SCC chairs and the PTA presidents this last week at the lunch, at several lunch events. There was some really fantastic discussion and conversation there. And one of my big takeaways is how very invested so many people are in what's happening in our schools and in our classrooms. And I'm really grateful for that, because that is one of the strengths of a public school system, but it's also one of the strengths of Canyons in particular, is that community involvement and engagement. And so thank you for carrying on that tradition and spending that time. And then to that point, just going to make note on the record that our annual SCC training begins this week. And I look forward to that, because again, it's a time where you can be with parents that have put their name forward to be a representative and to be involved in conversations and discussions and decisions that are made at the school level. And I just really appreciate that program in our state. So, and grateful parents are involved in it. Thank you.
Mr. Millerberg.
Thank you. I too will try to be brief. See if I succeed, okay? Earlier tonight, we talked about the Dignity Index. And we just finished a vigorous, passionate debate about policy, which could have been exceedingly ugly. And I just want to tell you that I am so proud of this board. that they can come up with these things, be civil and yet disagree, the way we did tonight. I am just very impressed with that. I feel like from my past performance, I went from a 1, which I shared with you what a 1 was before, to a 2. And so, I'm quite proud of myself too, that I'm up to almost being civil. The other thing I want to say is I am really, really excited for tomorrow evening and the ribbon cutting at Union Middle School. It's been a long time coming and a few weeks longer than we had hoped for, but it's there. Leon, thank you for the report. And I appreciate Brenda McCann bringing a t-shirt that I can wear for that tomorrow night. And I think we need to make sure that we don't sell people short at Union because the school is a few weeks late. We sat in a planning meeting and got this thing going. We met with the architects. We started talking about it. The next thing we knew, we were in Zoom meetings because we had a little thing called the pandemic hit us. From the pandemic, we came up with labor shortages. We came up with supply chain issues. We came up with material shortages. And I just have a lot of kudos for those people that busted their chops for the last 3 or 4 months to get us as close as we were. And I especially want to express appreciation to a teacher or all teachers at Union that have been not able to get into their classrooms and get their room set up and have been able to roll with the punches and still make things happen, and that they're going to be there and ready to go and provide quality education. So that's all I have for tonight.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Oaks.
I'll just keep mine short. First day of school is amazing. And USBA Delegate Assembly is the most painful wordsmithing of the entire year. You can sit and argue for like, 2 hours about like a couple paragraphs, but I think we got it right by the end anyway. And also it was wonderful to see the final demolition for the last guard tower of the prison. And so the point is well on its way to becoming something really amazing. I'm so excited to see what it will do for our community and our economy. And that was part of the conversation Rick and I had today. Is I am really interested in taking the particular areas. The point is looking to bring as far as industry to that particular site and see whether or not we can provide students and train students ready to take the 14,000 plus jobs that they are estimating are coming. So I'm really excited. There are awesome things afoot. So.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Edel.
Gold stars to our 2 parents who are still in the room and our community member. I'm so proud of you. And then to our YouTube person who's still watching. I'm coming home soon. That's all I've got.
Okay, Mrs. Nybar.
I loved the red carpet. Super fun to be part of the Willow Springs red carpet activity, and I watched all the little news clips from Corner Canyons. I had to get kids to 4 different buildings, so I wasn't able to participate with Corner Canyons, but that was really neat. Had some good discussions with some parents, the PTA parents at Oak Hollow regarding playground shelters. Grateful for our work in policy committee and school safety, and very exciting to meet with high quality learning. It's one of my very favorites. And then it was also really fun to participate in Willow Springs meeting. We're refreshing Willie the Wildcat. It's I think it's actually the last of all our schools that still has like a clip art logo that we don't own the rights to. So it's the last one and we're going to make it our own. So that's super exciting. And it was great to be part of that. I'm very grateful to our new principal there. She's doing an amazing job. She's really engaging the community. Just a really wonderful leader. So And thank you to all the teachers. You've survived 2 weeks of school and I know that my kids are all pretty happy. So grateful to great teachers. That's it.
Okay, I will make this very short. I love the first day. It was awesome. I love the red carpet. I started with Brighton and it was really fun. They had the band out there, which was really loud. And it was great though. And someone dressed up as a tiger or Bengal. Yeah, Bengal tiger. Anyway, then I went to Butler, then I went to Bella Vista, and those are all the 3 schools that my kids attended. So that was really fun. And there were 2 new, they're all new principals. Yeah, what am I saying? They're all new principals. So yeah, some of them I didn't know. It was fun to meet them. And I will just say the kids got more excited as the morning went on. The elementary kids were way more excited than the high school kids. Then also I had my first board of trustees for UHSAA meeting, and we did vote on a number of things, which I'm not gonna, if it was maybe 9 o'clock, I would tell them to you, but I can forward you. I sent a summary to all the board presidents in 5As or board, so I can forward that to you guys if you're interested. Yeah. Okay. And then I want to end with one thing, and that was I was really touched because I went to the football game on Friday, and it was at Highland. And what was so cool is our student body was all in green for the Corner Canyon student, but also Highland's student body was all in green. And I think it was across the state. So anyway, that was just really touching. I wanted to get a picture, but I didn't. Well, you can't go down on the field, so I didn't. But anyway, it was just really cool. So that was really sweet of everyone, of those students. So, and the board's work is finished, and I will now declare our meeting over. Thanks, everyone.